This is a clouds weather alert. Good Thursday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud jumping in right now. We have a weather alert. A severe thunderstorm warning in play right now for parts of St. Johns County. So this is in play at about 4:15 p.m., but it could get extended. Watching the trends very carefully here in the Weather Center. I know we had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier for parts of Marion County. Just posting about that there over on Facebook and on Twitter/X. Generally going to be on with these severe thunderstorm warnings here, but we're just, seeing that was over a pretty rural area. This right here, though, in the Ward area is not too far from the beach anyway, and it does impact parts of I-95. It does include parts of I-95 here, this severe thunderstorm warning. So definitely taking precautions here is what you want to do as we look there toward parts of St. Johns County there. The latest from the Weather Service at 4:02. A severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of Crescent Beach, or 8 miles east of Hastings. It's nearly stationary. So the DuPont Center area there, we're watching the overall action. Just continuous cloudy ground lightning occurring with this storm. So move indoors immediately. I know lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck here. Just torrential rainfall occurring with this storm may lead to some flash flooding even. No flash flood warning right now, but just don't drive your vehicle there through those flooded roadways. It's important to keep in mind as we're looking at the overall situation. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now toward Gainesville. So this is, things, are escalating here. We're seeing the overall scenario start to escalate as we see here. This severe thunderstorm warning to 4:45. Just popping on up here near Gainesville at 4:06, and it's the first day of classes, I believe, at UF there. So this is not too far away from UF in terms of this. I mean, maybe some rumbles of thunder. The worst, though, would be more toward the Gainesville Airport, though. But we have Gainesville, Orange Heights, Gainesville Airport, Noonan's Lake, as well as Waldo and Grove Park involved. So, again, a severe thunderstorm warning now for Alachua County, right near Gainesville Airport here. We're seeing this evolve. So we need to take precautions. The movement's north at 5, so eventually we'll have to just see how the trends go to see if this gets into toward parts of Bradford County here. We already have another storm evolving into toward parts of Bradford County. As you see some lightning over and toward this zone, nothing too crazy there. But you see our warning here right into the airport in Gainesville. And then we also have some stuff here in northern Marion that's not too far away from severe limits. So we need to be very mindful here of that as the situation does evolve here. So again, we're tracking things very carefully here. Severe thunderstorm warnings on the board right now. We have 2 of them. As we're looking at a lot of lightning towards St. Johns County out there. Now, the orange on the screen is a heat advisory that's helping to fuel some of these nasty conditions here. I'm looking at my alert board, looking at the temperature. It's 91 outside here. East is dark, a little bit warmer than that earlier on, but still 91 here, and heat index well under the triple digits. So got to be very mindful here as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things very carefully. So a lot of lightning here, just looking at the Doppler very carefully. We're going to go ahead and see here the overall scenario. I know northern Marion County here, we have to be careful in this area there. Northern Marion, some wind enhancement. And as we get toward areas there, in southern Putnam County as well, let's go ahead and show you a risk, assessment here pretty much. This is kind of on the edge, if not out of the marginal risk there. That one warning, the other warning's on the edge and, mostly in it. But this is a marginal risk here in play. I mean, we have a bigger risk even as you get further up in the country as we're looking at things. A 2 out of 5 now. As I kind of broaden this on out here, it's a situation where wind risk a little greater up there, even more, up there in the scale there as we look toward like Philly and Washington. But around here, it's still notable enough this time of year getting things to bubble up with the overall parameters coming together. So again, I just need to be very mindful here. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in play toward parts of Alachua County here. It's been an active last couple of days, and here we go again with a severe thunderstorm warning in play until about 4:45 p.m. For parts of Alachua County. So again, need to be taking precautions as we're updating the very best we can. You have there Gainesville, Orange Heights, Gainesville Airport, Noonan's Lake, Waldo, and Grove Park being involved with this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a little early for folks coming home from work from Gainesville, but some people might be getting up at 4 o'clock coming up Waldo Road from Gainesville to the Waldo area. So again, you just need to be very mindful of things here with the overall meteorological picture. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45 for parts of Alachua County. As we're looking at things, we have the warning over here to the east. A lot of lighting around I-95 as we get in toward this area here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning over parts of St. Johns County as we're looking here at the overall scenario. So, again, seeing the scenario evolve for sure here. It don't see a lot of velocity, which is some great news, but we still have to be very careful. Let's go ahead, and I know I have storm reports up, and I'm not seeing anything from, what we had earlier in towards southern Marion. We had that one warning. I didn't think there was enough there to go on for it there, watching the trends very carefully, but now we have these two warnings on the board here as we're looking at things, the yellow box here, as we get toward Alachua County, and then as we get further off toward the east here part of St. John's. The St. John's goes away in a few minutes, but Alachua County goes a little bit longer here in the timeline until 4:45. We'll have to see if St. John's gets extended. Let's go ahead and look at power outages. Already some toward Marion County. Granted, there are a lot of trees down there, so it's pretty easy to have power outages. Alachua County there, you see just a handful of outages based on that percentage, but still, there are some folks in the dark here. So, again, we're just going to go ahead and see here in terms of county power outages total. The very latest, you see 200 in the dark in Alachua County, 1,000 out in Marion County. So, again, just continuing to try to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know we always try to give you the latest here for the 38 counties, just trying to keep you informed here on these overall situations. So, again, just trying to update you the very best I can, looking at some of the information behind the scenes right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here and trusting me on this Thursday, that's August 20th here, 2026. So, again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here. I'm going to come back on camera. Again, just appreciate the viewership everybody's providing here this afternoon. Let's see who's watching, and let's see if there's any questions or comments here. It looks like we have a viewer from the Low Country watching. We have official RY Nirvana watching, and Top Cat watching as well. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here as we're looking at things on this Thursday. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here as we track the overall Doppler scenario. That's, we're seeing the images, and then those translate into severe warnings, including another severe warning now as we're looking toward parts of the area. So you can see here right now, for at least a moment, I have three. Let's see if they still have the other one up here as we get towards St. John's, at least for another few seconds. We'll see if they extend that. But we have this warning here until 5 o'clock now. Parts of Putnam, parts of Alachua, parts of Marion there. Just seeing the overall scenario there. Let me read off that warning from the Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm warning now for southeastern Alachua, northwestern Marion, and west central Putnam until 5 p.m. So, it's a situation where, here we go again. Another day of severe thunderstorm warnings is popping on up here. But we're trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Interlochen, Citra, Hawthorne, Rochelle, Cross Creek, Orange Springs, Hollister, Micanopy, the Reddick community there, McIntosh as well. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed here on this. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. We haven't had anything extended with the warning process out here yet. There's not an advisory either, and I'm gonna toggle something here real quick because we have the heat advisory. You guys know all about that. We're gonna take that off. So we're going to take everything off just for a second, but I'm going to turn the heat advisory off in our system here as we're trying to keep you up to date. The one warning away for now. We'll see if they issue a significant weather advisory here. They'll issue one or the other, I would think. The Weather Service in Jacksonville here is right at that 4:15 benchmark right now. So, again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here as we get toward like northern Marion there and parts of southern Putnam, southern Alachua again. Just trying to keep you guys informed. Let me look here, just checking here some information behind the scenes. Checking, on some of our different computer sources here. Just some different things and making sure our streams are good to go as well here. That everybody's seeing our streams here on this Thursday. So, again, appreciate everybody tuning on in and trusting me here. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here on the board right now. And we have this, honestly, looks a little more impressive here around the McIntosh area, 38. We have 42 there off toward the east as well. And this is pretty far up on the radar site. We're sitting there at about 6,000 feet. So, again, we just need to be very cognizant here of the overall severity of things, just monitoring things the very best we can. So, just trying to keep you up to date. So, just trying to keep you informed here. We have severe thunderstorm warning situation as things, are evolving. We're trying to give you the very latest. I know. Let's try to pull up some cameras toward I-75 there. We're going to pull up some cameras there toward I-75, just as we're trying to keep you guys as safe and informed here. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go to other source real quick. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me on this Thursday. And now I'm looking at some readings, by the way, our temperatures and spots here. Not getting the storms up to 100 there around Brunswick and toward parts, of our area, Glenn County. So, again, that really does tell the story as we're looking here, as we're tracking things, just trying to, monitor things the very best I can here. It's just a one-man band, but all about trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, let me go ahead and see here, what I can kind of give you in terms of the very latest. So, just let me see here what we can kind of come up with in terms of some cameras. So we have mile marker 383. Mile marker 383 there. As the situation does evolve this afternoon, I'm going to go ahead here and pull that up toward Interstate 75. You can see here what's going on, these nasty conditions on the roads there in toward that area. I'm just trying to update the very best I can. Just trying to keep you guys informed here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in play. I'm going to see if I can get a camera to the south a little bit on this. This is just one view that shows the wet conditions. I maybe be able to see the wind some more as we're looking, as we're watching things. Let me go ahead and see here what I can come up with on the other mode. We're going to move away from this one camera here. These 145 on one perspective. Again, just a one-man band, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here. Again, just trying to keep you informed as things do evolve. So let's get down I-75 a little with these cameras here. Let's go toward the Paynes Prairie area. We'll pull up a camera around there right now. It's pointed kind of off toward, some of the trees in that area. So let's go ahead and kind of pull this on up. And you can see kind of these wetter conditions out there right now. Toward I-75, mile marker 378.5. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed here as the situation does evolve. Just trying to update the very best I can. Let me go ahead and, just remind you, this is from the Florida 511 there, Florida Department of Transportation camera. But again, I'm just trying to keep you guys informed on this Thursday. You can kind of see here the weather situation is one where we do have some storm activity in that area. So we need to take precaution here. Let's go ahead and I'll go back to the Doppler. We have the two yellow boxes. Let me see what we can kind of show you in terms of maybe more camera images here. We'll go ahead and get on down here toward the Wakahuta Road area. Let's go ahead and pull this one up. You'll see the wet conditions there with the Florida 511 perspective. I-75 toward mile marker. It looks like 375.5, the Wakahuta Road area. So again, seeing things evolve here, deteriorating on this Thursday afternoon. So again, it's Thursday. It's August 20th, 2026. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here. Everybody trust in me. Just trying to give you guys the very latest information. Just trying to give you guys the very latest information here on things. We'll go ahead and see just that Doppler imagery once again. That Doppler imagery. And I'm going to go ahead and move away from this one camera here. On my other source, again, just appreciate everybody tuning on in. You know, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Appreciate everybody watching. Just going to continue to watch these trends here the very best I can. And we'll go ahead and keep looking here at the Doppler right now. I know it's been a busy period, you know, with these storms around for sure. Just trying to give you the latest day by day here on Tuesday. Of course, we had the damage toward Union County, where Union County High School and Union County Elementary School, they both had to be, you know, closed there for classes on Wednesday. You know, the Lake Butler Elementary, I mean, they're in Union County and Union County High School. But then on, you know, this Thursday, the elementary school was able to open back up, but not the high school. And let's see if there's any updates on that. In fact, let me check that real quick, see if there's anything new about classes for tomorrow. They should be coming back in session tomorrow, but just verify here. Yeah, they're saying they will resume on Friday at the last check of the high school. So they haven't sent out anything new. But you see the advisory here, you know, as we look toward parts of St. Johns County right now. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here. A severe thunderstorm warning not in play here right now. We did have it in toward that spot, but that had weakened a little bit. We still see some wind enhancement east of Hastings right now as we're looking toward that zone. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall scenario. So you see around McIntosh here. Some of these different areas of wind on the Doppler. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in here, everybody trusting me here on this Thursday. This is not overwhelming, but it's still this type of signature could be, you know, indicative of something a little bit stronger down toward the surface. So, and let's go ahead and look here up toward the north, though. You can kind of see here some of this wind around Gainesville Airport, give or take. I mean, the airport's right, you know, as we kind of look here, you know, getting really down, you know, down here to the nitty-gritty per se. You can see some of that topography. And then you saw a new advisory pop up to the east there. But yeah, we're just looking here at this. And let me see here the very latest on this warning. You know, you see it's till 4:45. Let me go ahead and see what the information is to the last check here. You know, on this in terms of the statement was the initial one coming out there at 4:06. It's a bit thunderstorm warning there for east central Alachua County until 4:45 p.m. At 4:06, the severe thunderstorm was located over Noonan's Lake there, or near Gainesville, moving north at about 5 miles an hour. So Gainesville, Orange Heights, Gainesville Airport, Noonan's Lake, Waldo, and Grove Park being impacted potentially. You know, Waldo it's not there yet. Granted, there's lighting to your north. That's around Hampton right now with a storm as we look in toward that area. So a little bit of a wind signature up there. You know, not overwhelming, but it's starting to pick up a little bit. Probably at least get an advisory on that here, I would think. I just heard a rumble of thunder from that where I'm at here east of Stark. So, you know, just hearing that rumble of thunder here for sure. As we're looking at the overall scenario. So, again, looking here at the Doppler, looking at the Doppler scan. Again, I'm just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. You can see this wind here, southeastern Alachua County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5 p.m. Let me go ahead and see if there's any more questions, comments here on this Thursday. Just appreciate everybody tuning in. Looks like we have 11 viewers right now on YouTube. It looks like we have AJ watching, we have John watching, and John's watching from the East Ocala area, wondering what can they expect down there. So let's go ahead and kind of get back down there here on the Doppler vantage point. You know, you have a warning for parts of Marion. We had another warning I was posting about earlier over on Facebook for a small portion of Marion there. It was earlier on here in that 3 o'clock hour, but right now east of Ocala, east side of Ocala there, that general vicinity, you're not doing too bad. A lot of the worst of this off to your north. Let's kind of loop this here over the past hour. You'll be able to see. I mean, a lot of it's kind of been missing you overall, probably hearing some rumbles of thunder, but that's great news, obviously, for you guys. If you don't want the storm accent, granted, we still need rain here. Let me go ahead and put this in our 3-hour loop here. You know, as I look at my computer sources, just trying to give you guys the latest here on this Thursday, trying to keep you guys safe and informed as we watch things very carefully. So, again, just looking at all these scans here, and you can kind of see how things had kind of missed that zone. And let me see the temperature, though, in that area now. The temperature, we don't have an observation, it looks like, there at the airport. I'm surprised by that. We were getting one earlier on. It was up to 91, 92, down to 88, and then down to 75, and then we lost the observation there. So that's kind of interesting. Let me see if we have any information. I'm going to go through our wind mode on that. If we had any type of wind gust around there. I don't see anything that, right off, but again, that's kind of interesting there as we're looking at the overall scenario in toward that area, losing that observation. But again, just trying to keep you up to date here on our Doppler scan. You can see some of this wind here as we're looking towards southern Alachua County right now, northern Marion County, some of that potential. Again, that's not moving, toward Ocala. That's moving more off toward the north in general here. And it's going to remind you guys of a covered area. By the way, our temperature's gone up to 93 again. It dropped a little, back up now again. So we have storms, coming towards dark maybe eventually here. Got to be aware. I know we certainly do not want them for tomorrow here. As we're looking at the overall picture, we do not want them for tomorrow. So that's something here we're just going to have to be aware of as we're looking at the overall scenario, the overall situation. Just trying to keep you informed here. Just going to look at something real quick. I'm pulling up a graphic in our system. I want to see the drought monitor because we have the newest outlook on that here for this week out today. So just kind of pulling that up in our system real quick, and I'm going to say that to you because we still need the rain. I know it's weird. We've been busy with all these warnings, but we still need rain really toward a lot of our different spots. So, again, really telling that story here this afternoon as we're looking at the overall scenario and that, we talk about this rain, around storm accent and all, but we're still missing spots here. Granted, I will say that this only goes until Tuesday, and since, that early Tuesday mark, we've seen some rain toward, especially Union, even here in Bradford, but it hadn't been a whole bunch despite all the storm accent here. I'm going to go back to analysis mode, but as we kind of look here at our warnings in play, just trying to keep you up to date here on things. It's a situation where as I go ahead and zoom on out, we're just going to see, we got a new warning, by the way, so we'll talk about that. 3-day rainfall, I wanted to say this here because we have seen 4 inches there toward Rayford, so that's going to help with it out some. But, even though we had a warning on Tuesday around Stark, we picked up less than an inch. So that's, that number, that outlook that came out today, that monitor for the week, but it's including things only through early Tuesday. Since then, we've seen here the situation, where, the rainfall has come into play some to help with that some, but wouldn't change categories much, maybe 1 lower on that. But we have a new warning, so that's what's more pertinent, most pertinent right now here as we look at the overall scenario. So again, let me go ahead here. Let me go ahead here and see what we can kind of come up with in terms of the Doppler information. Severe thunderstorm warning out of 5:15 towards St. Johns County. We have that popping on in here. We also got Augusta. Ooh, okay, Gainesville Airport. We had Augusta. That's an interesting number there. When they're saying that came out way earlier then. So even before our warning got issued, we had Augusta 63 miles an hour there at Gainesville Airport. So that's kind of interesting as we're looking at things. I mean, our warning got issued there at 4:06, but apparently that report is from 3:57. So maybe a burst of wind energy around Gainesville Airport there, before that warning got issued. And so we'll go ahead and look. That might be why they, issued that. It didn't say, confirmed in the statement, but let's just go ahead and look at velocity here. It kind of looked like we had a little something. It wasn't overwhelming, but the problem is we're so far from the radar down there, 4,500 feet. I mean, we didn't even have an advisory on that, and getting a burst of wind energy down there. So that's just how it goes sometimes as we're looking at things. I hate to say that, because we don't want it to be like that, not even have an advisory and get a severe gust there at the airport. But you have to consider that the airport sensor is pretty high up there. So hopefully we didn't get, we hope we didn't get any damage around there, but I assume we probably got some. Hopefully it wasn't a whole bunch of damage there despite that type of number at the Gainesville Airport. So again, just continuing to watch things. We have this new warning off toward the east we need to touch on. We need to warn people over there. So let's go ahead and look toward this zone. A severe thunderstorm warning for north central Flagler and southeastern St. John's until 5:15. So at 4:29, a severe thunderstorm was located near Crescent Beach or 10 miles east of Hastings, moving there north at 5 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, St. Augustine Beach, as well as Marineland there, Crescent Beach, St. Augustine Shores, Butler Beach, St. Augustine South there, DuPont Center, and Elkton. So again, a new severe thunderstorm warning there till 5:15 now for parts of Flagler and St. John's. So again, seeing that here on the Doppler scan. This stuff's just so tricky popping up here this time of year as things get going. Just looking at my different systems here, seeing our alerts pop on in. Again, sometimes things will happen even before the warning, unfortunately, like it seems like happened toward Gainesville Airport there. We have a new advisory now for Bradford County with this storm. So down around Hampton, right around Hampton and Waldo there, we have some stronger conditions. As we're looking till 5 o'clock, it's that rush hour commute, it's on the horizon at 5 o'clock there. Let's just see what the very latest is, though, with the overall storyline. Let me go ahead and see what the very latest is. So, special weather statement. I'm going to click on this here right now as I'm just trying to monitor things the very best I can. Again, we have a special weather statement up here toward the Hampton area, toward the Keystone Airport area there. For whatever reason, the Weather Service site is having some issues. So let me go ahead. Let me go to it a different way then. We're going to check this another way here. Going to go directly on a different mode here. Okay, they're saying 45 to 55 mile an hour gusts there near Keystone Heights. So start Keystone Heights, Waldo, Hampton there. A Doppler radar tracking a strong thunderstorm near Keystone. So again, strong thunderstorm nearly stationary as we're looking at the overall scenario. So again, a strong thunderstorm nearly stationary here. Start Keystone Heights, Waldo, and Hampton until about 5 o'clock, a level below a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, just trying to keep you informed on the very latest here. Trying to keep you informed on the very latest. So You can see some of that wind north of Palatka there, as we're keeping you up to date. Again, we have 3 yellow boxes plus a advisory just below severe around Hampton and southern Bradford County. So let me see if we have any questions, comments. So I know we have quite a bit we're juggling right now this afternoon. And I evening commute home. Going to be a storyline coming up. I know here at 5 o'clock, people headed home. And tomorrow night, high school football. And we have another warning now, 4 warnings. Tomorrow night, high school football. We're going to be watching that forecast very carefully for that. But let's go ahead and see here. I need to go to my questions and comments. And let's see here. So, we're Duval County. We got official RY Nirvana asking, will the storms reach there into Duval County? So, let's see here. So, we're going to go over to the Doppler. You know, I have my other system up here I'm going between as well. Just quite a few things open here on our computer source this afternoon, but trying to give you guys the very latest here to try to keep you guys informed. So, okay, Duval County. Let's look here over the last little bit. You can see some of this stuff may eventually get there. It's going slow, but we have that new warning here now. We have that new warning as we're looking at the overall scenario. Moving north at near 20 miles an hour. So if this, we have interactions that go on that kind of, change things up. And I'll pull the model up. Let's do that. I know the models have had trouble, but we'll do this first. And it's not right so much. I don't know about our computer models lately, but we'll watch this again here. It was not really so much, but obviously we do have quite a bit here on the view as we go ahead and go back here north near 20 miles an hour. So this is possible here in about an hour, maybe this gets into Duval County. I know I'm standing in front of a track. I was off camera last night. So let me put that over here toward the other side of the screen as we're looking at the overall situation. So you have Green Cove Springs there at 457, Fleming Island there 519, Penny Farms 528, Orange Park 533, and Lakeside there at 536. So again, just trying to monitor things here very carefully in the Weather Center with the Doppler scans. Again, just seeing here the overall scenario, evolve with this. We're going to watch that for maybe Jacksonville and Duval County eventually. But right now we do need to focus on where the warning is currently. So we have their National Weather Service in Jackson was issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern St. John's, northeastern Putnam, and southeastern Clay until 5:30 p.m. At 4:35, a severe thunderstorm was located over Bardendale or near Palatka, moving north at near 20 miles an hour. So Palatka, as well as Green Cove Springs, Hastings, East Palatka, Bostwick, Federal Point, Georges Lake, Orange Mills, Barden, Piccolata there, all under that severe thunderstorm warning until about 5:30 p.m. So, going to be a while with that warning there, with the overall progression. Looks like the one warning toward Gainesville Airport area, they've gone ahead and dropped. In my other system here is saying that they're dropping it as a 445. So, as a 445, that's going to be gone there, the warning. This one here, we got that, significant wind gust earlier on. 63 miles an hour as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. We're just trying to keep you informed. We're just trying to keep you up to date here on the overall scenario. So, again, just watching the overall progression here. 63 miles an hour earlier on, though, with that. So, these storms already have a history, is what I'm trying to say here. Let's go ahead and look at outages. Luckily, I hadn't added up too much in Alachua County on this mode. Let me go in here, though. We're going to go to the other mode. We're going to go to County Power outage total. Still not much here, but a 1,500 out in Marion. Let's go to our GRU information directly on my other source here. Again, trying to keep you up to date as we're watching things, as we're monitoring things. Seeing if we have some different data from over there. Some of this is not popping up this afternoon for whatever reason here in the other source, but again, appreciate everybody tuning on, everybody trusting me here on this Thursday afternoon. We have just a slew of warnings here, 3 that are, slated to go even longer than that 4:45 benchmark, 5 o'clock, 5:30, 5:15 here. Again, this is supposed to go away here in a few moments. They've already sent out the expiration statement as the Weather Service in Jacksonville. So, again, just trying to keep you up to date here on the overall situation. So, again, you see here toward parts of Bradford County, watching the overall view here. We also have some storm action out west here in North Tallahassee. Don't want to forget about you guys. Let's go to the Valdosta radar for this Tallahassee radar. There's been some issues with that, so let's go ahead and go over here. This is just an advisory of 445, but let's go ahead and loop this over the last little bit. You can see we've had stuff that's been below severe limits, but definitely in that vicinity. People moving in there, moving in, things evolving. But moving in at FSU is where I'm going with that. The classes start, I believe, back on Monday there. It's been 14 years since I did all that there, give or take. I started off in summer, but 14 years since all that. I can't believe it's been that long. But as we're looking there, just obviously whenever thunder roars, hopefully people are taking precautions there as we're all looking at the overall situation. So. But of course, that is a little bit off west of campus there in general. But campus would be in here. You see the stadium with that advisory just for a couple more minutes. But again, the worst has been off toward the west, though. Again, as we get back off toward the east here, just trying to keep you guys informed, though. Just trying to keep you guys informed here as we're looking at things. We have some of these heat advisories, but our big story here right now, all these storm warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings here, these yellow boxes here on the screen this afternoon. So, again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. Let me just see here. I'm going to go back to questions, comments. See, we have John B. watching. Just appreciate you tuning on in, trusting me here on this Thursday afternoon. Appreciate everybody tuning on in. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall weather development, obviously. Watching the progression here in the meteorology, seeing everything come together here as we're looking toward the different zones. So we're going to try something a little bit different here. So, in that I have some different graphics set aside here in our other show right now, but let me go ahead and, we have the drought monitor, but let me just go ahead. I have some of our models in here. They should be able to play just a little bit easier with some of this. So I'm going to show you the Baron 3K. So I'm going to do it from a zoomed out view here. I know it's gonna do our transition twice. I know how that is, but you saw the stuff here and it kind of moves out. But then we'll be watching for tomorrow with some action here coming on in as well. And that could impact high school football. So again, and then on Saturday, more storms. It just doesn't go away. That overall impact. You see the boundary here in the vicinity. So that'll have an impact here possibly as we're looking at things in terms of the overall situation. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall scenario with things here as the meteorology comes together. I know for tomorrow we do have, some different risk updates there. So let's go ahead and say you that. That does include part of our area now, the formal risk for tomorrow. So we have our day 2. It goes, for Georgia, but And the word, Gadsden County, but that may get expanded south. Day 3, don't have anything right now. Have a warning south. We have stuff out west. We have stuff way to the northwest. I know I have the Saturday outlook on right now. But that's why, because there's a noteworthy risk, as we're looking at parts of Mississippi there and Alabama and Tennessee, of course, as we're looking there, some of that potential of some storm activity. But as we go ahead and get here toward the Doppler view, the Doppler vantage point here, I definitely just trying to keep you guys informed on everything. You see all this lightning here? We're just, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, whenever thunder roars, go indoors. So, 513 lightning strikes here within the past 15 minutes. As we're looking at things, this includes on this system, the source I have here, cloud to cloud and cloud to ground. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall meteorology. Just trying to see here what is going on. We have a lot, that electrical energy, just, got to be really taking precautions. I mean, we just had maybe people getting out of school there, not too long ago, maybe some after school programs. And we have all this lightning here. So just remember our lightning safety. We just got to remember the lightning safety here. When thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent storms. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed here on all of this. Again, you just got to be taking precautions. You just got to be taking precautions here from that lightning. Whenever thunder roars, you got to go indoors here as we're looking. As we're updating you, you have the cloud to ground strikes, your cloud to cloud strikes, your positive strikes, your negative strikes. The positive ones are more dangerous. They're more rare, though. You have negative ones here, too. So, again, that's something to be very cognizant of as we're looking at things. We're just trying to keep you guys safe. We're just trying to keep you guys informed here with the latest developments. So, again, you see the lightning, 471 strikes here. So that's a little lower. Let's just back this up here. It has dropped a bit. That doesn't mean we're seeing a big weekend. We have a spin going on today here. Some lower pressures, a little bit of 1,015 millibars here. East of Stark on my barometer right now. We're also down to 88 degrees of the temperature, but we still have storms headed in. Stark, we have storm Axon headed into Stark. I know we have all these warnings, but this is not far off of needing a warning. We have this storm here, right around the RV resort, maybe even a little bit of, a weak rotation. At least it's a situation here. Excuse me, as we kind of look, as we update you guys, maybe not, a tornadic circulation, maybe a burst of wind energy right into the RV resort. It's not out of the question. We don't want to see that, obviously. So, let's hope that doesn't happen as we're looking down there. Now, not necessarily for today. Granted, things can happen here, obviously, the meteorology. But as we look ahead in the timeline, we got to be thinking about plans here, in the El Nino pattern. We could have, more formidable tornado threats. So just got to be thinking about what to do there if you do have a tornado warning toward the RV resort here ultimately in the months ahead. What you want to do. I mean, that applies as well to some degree here to Park of the Palms, that senior living facility there as we're looking toward that area, as we're looking toward the Keystone Heights area. So, again, just got to make sure you have some different plans in play. At RV resort, I really am a little more concerned because, you're kind of in a spot there where, the RVs, if you're in an RV, it sometimes maybe be a little bit easier for the wind to get under them. So that's why we get a little more concerned there sometimes. But as we go ahead and look here versus a site-built structure, of course, with the foundation and the like. But as we go ahead and look here, you can see off toward the east here, toward parts of Clay and parts of Putnam County. We have this warning. We have this warning out here, right here towards St. Johns County until 5:15. Watching the situation over there. So that's, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny-sized hail producer there, potentially. St. Augustine Beach, Marineland, Crescent Beach there, as well as St. Augustine Shores, Butler Beach, St. Augustine South, DuPont Center, and Elkton. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the very latest. Just trying to inform you here the very best I can. Just trying to be here for the viewer at home as the situation does develop. So, Let's go ahead here. I'll go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. Okay, we have another area here we're watching till 5:30 on the Doppler here. As we go ahead and see, we have a new warning now. A severe thunderstorm located near the University of Florida. So this is just being issued at 4:50 Central Alachua County till 5:30. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny-sized hail. Gainesville, Alachua, and the University of Florida there. As we're looking at the overall situation. So, again, we have this nasty weather over here now on the Doppler scan. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here toward Gainesville's University of Florida as we look down there. So, you have Condren Ballpark there. You have, of course, the Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. And you have this, accent right around there, maybe that burst of wind energy. It's a possibility. We're so far from the radar, of course. Just a little uncertain there, but just going to be watching things here very carefully as we look toward Alachua County. So, again, let's get off toward the east here. Now we have not one, not two, not three, but 4 different warnings now on the board here. Severe thunderstorm warnings in the picture. So, for 5:30, 5 o'clock, 5:30, 5:15, the different expirations between the different 4. And I know that power flickering kind of caught me off guard a little bit there, but I appreciate everybody tuning on in. It's flickering some more. If we have to, we'll go to our backup system to the laptop here. So, it'll be me off camera. We won't have these fancy graphics. But if we do lose power, let's go ahead and zoom in here around Stark. Everything clicking here. We got a bunch of battery backups, but yeah, we have this storm accent here. It's not, worst. That wind, it's picking up outside. This is right over us here, getting some stuff to evolve. I see the trees blowing around here. Seeing winds of maybe 36 on my anemometer. Let me check that. We're going to, because I don't think, do I have it in peak wind gust mode? I do not. So let's see if we got anything higher than like 9 miles an hour a few seconds ago, because that, flickered a good bit there. Okay, 12 miles an hour. 13 actually. Okay. 13's the highest, but 12 in the last 10 minutes. So, but it's only 7 feet up. So you got to think, that probably on an airport sensor because they're higher up, maybe 20, 30 miles an hour or something. That's not overwhelming, but it's still noteworthy. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Okay, back on camera here, looking at some of these winds. Again, I'm just trying to keep you informed. See Northern Putnam, Southern Clay. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Got these different yellow boxes, but again, even around Stark here, seeing that power flicker some. As we're looking at the overall meteorological picture. So, again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here on this Thursday. A lot of heavy rain right around the RV resort as well. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments. I know I get so bogged down with all these warnings, I haven't been checking this quite as much as I should. But let's see if we have anything else. Don't see anything right now, but just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. So, just appreciate the viewers. It looks like 9 watching right now on YouTube. I just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Appreciate everybody trusting me. Again, just looking through everything. Appreciate everybody. Just looking here at the Doppler again, just trying to keep everybody just safe and informed here as we're updating you guys the very best we can. So, that wind blowing around there for sure. That wind kind of blowing around there for sure. So, again, trying to be very mindful of the situation as we're being very, watchful here of the Doppler scans again. Just trying to see how everything is progressing. There's a lot of lightning here in Northern Putnam. Let's go ahead and zoom in here around Bostwick there. We're just seeing all this wind energy. 36:30. Okay, we got another warning. Parts of Bradford and Union and Alachua now till 5:45. We have a storm right around Lake Butler. Oh boy, right there near, the high school. We have another storm developing. You can't see much on velocity yet, but let me read off the statement from the Weather Service. I'm getting an updraft on my other source, so 1 hail to an inch. It's probably not to an inch. It's probably the penny size, like what the warning says. But it's a situation here where we do have some of that potential over Lake Butler to 60 miles an hour with the wind gust there around Lake Butler, from the southeast to 10 miles an hour. That does include part of Bradford, part of Alachua, but our focus is in Union County right now there until 5:45 p.m. So Lake Butler, Groves, Beasley, New River, Sampson, La Crosse, Brooker, and Dukes. Remember, we had the high school closed there the last couple of days. Elementary school was closed yesterday. And now a situation where we do have this storm now developing. Hopefully it won't be as bad as what we had on that Tuesday. Or, yesterday we had a storm there too. We don't get 3 days in a row with severe thunderstorm warnings for Union like ever. I have to go back at some point. I don't know if I'll ever have time, but I go back and look at some of that information to see. When was the last time we had 3 days straight with a severe thunderstorm warning for Union County? We don't get them out there, quite as often. Sometimes they're a little bit further from the radar and more rural area and the like. But again, let's just remind you of the covered area. We're just going to remind you guys of the covered area. Just trying to update you. Again, trying to keep you informed. So we have that storm there around Lake Butler in Union County. That's where Union is on the map. I'm in Bradford, eastern Bradford, but trying to give everybody the very latest. I know. Let's see what that's all about. It's not our area at all, but I see Mobile office just to see the tornado warning. They have a possible tornado there around Bay Minette in Alabama. Not our concern at all. I just thought it might be in the Florida Panhandle even. Wasn't expecting to see a tornado warning pop up here, down this far south. There might be something further up here based on some of the parameters later in the southeast, but, just watching things here. I know there's a threat of tornado watch up in the northeast, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and the like. But, not our concern. We're focused on our 38 counties. I just thought that was interesting. I was not expecting to see a tornado warning out of the Mobile office here this afternoon necessarily. But they're dealing with that there. But we're dealing with stuff that, it's not impossible we could get a spin up here all of a sudden as we're looking at the overall situation. We have a bunch of warnings we got to talk about as we're looking here at the overall scenario. So, again, you see here, oh my goodness, these are just everywhere here, and a lot of them really right in north central Florida. So we have till 5:45, 5:30, 5 o'clock. That one should be going away here soon, it looks like. Let me see if they dropped it. As I look at my source, yeah, they're dropping that one. So that one will be going away, but then we have this one till 5:30, this one till 5:15. These are some very active storms here. Now, we talk about South Georgia as well a little bit. I did in the description here of the video. As we back it up the last hour, you see the spin. Haven't had any of the, level below severe thunderstorm warnings so up there in the last hour. Let's go back a little bit further on in the timeline, though. We'll just watch the trends because there's a formal risk up there in towards South Georgia. We've seen stuff develop maybe a little bit further south here and now work its way north. That's not normal, for our area here in terms of the overall setup of that spin, though. And it's kind of, we may be here a while because we'll have to, instead of being near the bottom of our area about to head out, these are headed into our area here. And, as they're forming, they're headed, because we cover all the way up here through the Waycross area here and through Blackshear. So hopefully they don't hold together that long. But, I know our viewer in Jacksonville was asking earlier on about, the storm accent coming in, where it looked like the boundary is starting to kind of fire up, with some stuff there too. But it's still 95 there in toward parts of Duval County as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. 82 toward Tallahassee there, in toward Leon County. So they're cool. They had some accent, in the area at least. But yeah, you see already cooled down at 75 Stark area. I'm at 83 though still on my thermometer, but some of this data comes down, a little bit further south in the county. So, as we're looking at that Stark reading, so it's something to keep in mind. And Stark proper, it's a little warmer still as things, just start to fire up. But as we go ahead and keep you guys up to date here on the overall scenario, I'm just trying to keep you safe here. Just trying to keep you informed. It's 5 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here, continuing to do the coverage here as we're looking toward the local 38 counties. We have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 4 yellow boxes here on the board, and I'm in front of one of them, so I'm going to move this over just a little bit so you guys can see this a little bit better here. You have one over here, South St. Augustine area there. You have north of Palatka, south of Green Cove. You have some strong stuff around Keystone Airport. We have this warning out toward Lake Butler. We have a warning around Gainesville and University of Florida. Damage and wind, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, the possibilities here as we're looking at the overall scenario. So just need to be very mindful here as things come together meteorologically. As things come together, we have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, you guys just need to take precautions here as we're updating the very best we can. Again, just trying to keep you guys safe here. Just trying to keep you guys informed as we're looking here at everything. It's looking, at the wind there a little bit, and Clay just east of here. Seeing some stronger gusts now, possibly. Let's see how radar looks. Yeah, it's possible. We're getting that right there on Camp Landon area, give or take. On Harris Road. Again, trying to keep you guys informed there. Trying to keep you up to date. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. We have a lot going on here on the Doppler. As temperatures really got up there today, and now we're seeing some of the accent bubble on up. So, been watching things here, with our modeling, sure, and, Barham 3K model, watching that, storm chances tomorrow as well, which, is not what we want to see, for high school football. We've talked about that some, but the highs today so far on this Thursday as the situation here. We got toward 100 around Homerville there, in towards South Georgia, and you can see 97 Tallahassee. This is what's fueling here our severe weather concerns. So, again, seeing everything kind of come together here meteorologically. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here on everything with the Doppler scans one by one here. I don't think we're going to have our formal show tonight because we're just in extended severe coverage. With everything that's going on here with the Doppler, technology, looking at all the different warnings here with the overall situation. So let me see any more questions, comments here. What we're going to do, let's go back to analysis mode. So again, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to take questions and comments. Looks like we have Father Trains watching, and we have Jacqueline watching. Just appreciate both of you and everybody tuning in here on this Thursday. I know seeing just a lot going on here on the Doppler picture right now as we're updating the very best we can. Just trying to keep you safe. Again, trying to keep you informed. New advisory now towards southern Duval County. As we're looking, so that's something they're going to be watching in the southern flank of the county through at least 5:30, but really, this is going to take, longer than that to get, up there, especially through the downtown area there, as we're looking at the overall meteorological progression. So, again, just a lot happening with the Doppler. Time for the evening commute home. We're seeing storms here disrupt things. You just got to be very cognizant. You have to be very mindful here of everything as the moments go on by. Just have to be very cognizant here of the overall meteorological picture. So, I know around Lake Butler, that accent is moving, up toward the south and east. So, let's get over here now. Again, we have our heat advisories and the like for different areas as we're looking, but then you have this severe thunderstorm warning right over Lake Butler, some damage and winds, a possibility there as we get into toward Union County. Just really being very mindful here of the overall scenario. Again, seeing the electrical nature of things, evolve here. I just definitely got to be cognizant. As we're getting to the area, even seeing some lightning out ahead of the storm activity, which is concerning because that can catch people off guard. These two strikes here, lightning in the last 60 seconds, they're cloud to ground. That could be really problematic. So hopefully they're not. But again, just going to keep you up to date and keep you informed here with the overall scenario. Again, I'm just trying to be very mindful here of everything, just in the overall meteorological realm. Okay, some damage reports out of Levy County. I know. See what that's all about. We didn't have any warnings down there, but seeing looks like some damage there. Strong storms can sometimes produce damage. Levy County Emergency Management reported that State Road 24 is completely blocked. And then you also have a situation where a tree fell on a power line down there around, not far from Williston, 7 miles southwest of Williston, as we're looking in toward that area. So, again, I just got to be very mindful of all that there. Meteorologically, see where Levy County is, a part of the 38 counties. Again, just trying to keep you up to date here on things. Trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall scenario. So this is really important to do that as things go moment by moment here. Just checking some of my different sources here in the Weather Center. I appreciate everybody tuning on in on this Thursday, on this 20th day of August, 2026. So, again, just looking at everything here as the situation does progress. Just to being very mindful. Gonna come back on camera now. Appreciate everybody tuning on in here. Seeing the Doppler, we're seeing the different scans come on out. A lot of wind here, east to Stark, not far from where I'm at. 47 miles an hour there. It's right around Camp Landon. It's not far from Wolf Branch Road. So, again, the Kingsley area, as we're looking here, as we're all watching things. So, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick 60-second break. I just need to gather some new information. We'll take that break here. I mean, I probably won't be gathering much, but just, checking a couple things. I'll be back in 60 seconds. So keep it tuned here to our continuing severe weather coverage on cloud weather. Not quite 5:30, but probably going to end up turning into an extended edition of that as well here, as we're just trying to give you the latest. A lot of thunder around Stark, so just got to be taking precautions, everybody, whenever thunder roars. I know it's just so important here in these type of situations. We really just want to be very mindful. We just want to go indoors here as things transpire. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out quick spin-up tornadoes if things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here in the Weather Center right now, here's some of that rain come down here east of Stark. I give you guys the very latest to seeing the storm actually come on in right now here in toward Bradford County, area here east of Stark around the Stark Country Club. So, again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on this. You see our wind 50 miles an hour as we're looking, off toward the east just a little bit, but some heavy rain right where I'm at here pretty much. We're going to go ahead and zoom on in here as we give you guys the very latest here This is a strong storm right here around the Stark Country Club. Again, we have some stuff, maybe severe in nature here toward the east, toward the west and south. Again, just a lot going on here this afternoon and the evening. Again, all these yellow boxes. I hear some different, noises here outside right now. I almost thought I heard a little bit of small hail in there. I don't think that would necessarily be producing, but it is at least not impossible. Let's see here. The Barren button. It's showing a little bit right here, so I don't think, though, that's right about where we're at here. So, again, there may be a little bit of tiny hail in there, but I can't imagine it's any bigger than pea-sized based on this signature on Doppler as we're looking at everything. So, again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the scenario. Let's look at the Barren button for some of these storms that are more formidable in general. I mean, definitely see a lot, bigger in terms of, hail, maybe penny size or something, but then this also indicates that just a stronger storm in general and a severe storm maybe with that wind risk. Because you're hearing some of that thunder maybe in my mic right now here around Stark, though, as we're seeing some of that storm accent on in here. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date on the overall situation. So, again, trying to keep you informed here on the Doppler scans. You can see some of these areas of yellow with these boxes, with these warnings in play. 5:15, 5:30 there. We have, it looks like, again, 5:45 out here. We have storms around Stark, but the worst, it seems to be right near the Lake Butler, area there in toward the Union, Bradford line as that intensifies right there on us with some of that upscale growth meteorologically. So, again, seeing things above here with the Doppler radar. We're just trying to update the very best I can. Okay, Keystone Airport, Augusta 41 there at 4:55 p.m. So, again, checking things here. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny-size hail there around the Lake Butler area. So, again, that's moving off southeast at 10 miles an hour as we're looking at things. So, we're trying to keep you up to date here on everything. The storm coming on through. Hearing that thunder rumble. Again, you probably heard that in my microphone. Some of this lightning here. Should see a fresh one pop up. There you go. Right there. Right there. This is some great technology. Right there on State Road 230. As we're seeing things evolve right near where I'm at. You probably heard that in my mic. And then within literal seconds, you see that on the Doppler technology. This is state-of-the-art technology, folks. So where the lightning that's, happen here just, seconds after it happens in real time. And, sometimes it's hitting the ground, it's cloud to ground. Sometimes it's cloud to cloud. So again, and here you go again. I think you probably heard that one as well. And we'll look for it here. You should see it soon. As we're looking at our scan here. There you go. So right here, another lightning strike, maybe on my microphone. So again, trying to keep you guys up to date here as we're seeing the overall scenario evolve with this strong thunderstorm here toward parts of Bradford County. This one of a thunder warning to go indoors. Again, trying to keep you up to date. I know we are on some battery backups. If we do lose, I know internet here, it may not stay long on this. I have to go to the other internet source. We got a lot of moving parts here this afternoon, but into the evening. But a little bit of a gust here, 21 miles an hour. Okay, I'm anemometer last 10 minutes. That's pretty significant because it'll be like a 40-mile-an-hour gust higher up, give or take. Down to 76 degrees, we have about 0.2 of an inch of rain on the rain gauge, a 14 gust, 15 gust right now. It's definitely stormy out there as we're looking at the overall meteorological picture. So again, just trying to keep you up to date here, trying to keep you informed on the overall scenario. You have now 3 warnings. It looks like we had the one go away to the east. We have 3 warnings here, though we have stuff out toward the west. Of course, if you're hearing thunder out there, some lightning and more, that's more further west there. Liberty County's way, southern Leon. You see some stuff here and there scattered around, but the focus is north central and northeast Florida, especially north central Florida. You see here, really though, I'm surprised we don't have a warning in here. as we're looking toward, areas there, Camp Land in the Middleburg. I know sometimes it's just how things go, but I feel like that's probably has a chance to produce as well. I mean, sometimes maybe this doesn't produce in the middle, but I feel like we're close enough here that this could produce at least, the advisory says it could produce damage, but it looks like, pretty strong wind coming up in there to me on the Doppler as it's headed right into Middleburg. So if you're in Middleburg, be taking precautions inside, away from windows there around Middleburg right now from some damaging winds possible, at least, just on the borderline of severe as we're looking at things. So 56 miles an hour, 54 miles an hour there. Seeing that on the Doppler radar. I know this stuff out here may be a little bit worse, that's why I have the warning, but it's further from the radar and it has other stuff in the way. So this could actually be pretty formidable here right near New River, with some of the heavy rain and the lightning around us. Whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors here as we're looking at the overall situation. Southeastern Bradford County, Keystone Heights area there. You see the heavy rain as we're watching things, as we're tracking things. I know, definitely windy and rainy here, stormy around Stark. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall meteorological picture. See if we have any more questions, comments here. Okay, we don't like seeing that. We're gonna look at this first. Let's see what this is all about. We're getting oh boy, we may be getting a circulation to develop here. It's on a boundary right around Saxton, around the Lodi area. We got some spin here on the Doppler. A little bit of interaction. This would be maybe a quick, brief spin-up tornado, not out of the question. That's our Baron technology. Pick it up on these. A lot of these have been false signatures because sometimes the radar, the different algorithms, it kind of makes things tricky to see with interactions there. And if it's using an algorithm, and then you look at it and see maybe not. This might be something here around Saxton, based on what I'm seeing. I know it's not co-located perfectly. I just gotta wonder a little bit right on that periphery with this type of environment. There's a little bit of spin going on. It's something we'll monitor here between Lodi and Saxton there as we look. Again, this is something, this is Baron technology showing a little spin here as we're looking at northern Bradford County around 301 here. There's no warning for this, but this is an algorithm that can sometimes pick up, advanced technology here that can pick up on some of the spins. So, again, we need to be very mindful of this here around the Saxton area. I mean, it's the evening commute. And, if nothing else, maybe an enhanced wind there around US 301 in toward Bradford County there as we're looking just south of Lodi. So, again, that's kind of what we're seeing right now with that cylinder popping on up here around County Road 200A, it looks like. Again, you see that on our Doppler scan. Okay, so we're watching that. Let's see questions, comments, see if we got anything on that. As again, there's a lot happening right now, so sorry I'm not looking at that continuously, because it would be ideal if I was, so I could answer them in real time a little bit faster. But we got a lot going on. Low Country Viewer watching there. We have Thomas watching. Just appreciate everybody tuning on, interest in me. It looks like we have 13 watching right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning in as we're looking at things. Maybe we'll get one more to join in to make that a luckier number, but or maybe a couple more even, but. I just appreciate everybody tuning on in here as we're looking, as we're tracking things. So, again, looking at the Doppler radar. So, let's look at this right now. Again, we have that little spin. Maybe, again, it's not a guaranteed, something here. It's still maybe a little displaced. But when you get boundaries to, interact like that, we can have some issues sometimes. We can have some issues here sometimes. So. Have a heated rosary in play, of course, as we've been talking about. But again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Let's go on between everything here. Hearing some of that wind and rain outside right now here east of Stark. We're not under a warning here. We're under an advisory. We also have looks like a flood advisory, though. As we look at the overall scenario. Special weather statement, but then got, the heat advisory, and then we also have a flood advisory there at 8:15. A lot of stuff on the screen here. Granted, I have the heat advisory turned off, but there's still a lot of stuff here on the screen. Aerial flood advisory at 8:15 here for parts of Bradford County, as we're looking at things very carefully. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the very latest. So, let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. You don't see a lot in other areas in general. Granted, let me put the Vedoster on for a better look at this. Again, you can kind of see here the overall viewpoint. Stuff to the west, sir, but, the focus is in north central and northeastern Florida as we're looking. I know there's something here where I keep watching in Stark. Let me check something with that because we haven't seen much of this, and we're gonna have to start getting used to these a little bit more here when we have our tornado threats, because we can it just went away, but there's even a way to put a potential tornado debris signature on here. This Baron technology. Granted, we didn't see that. I just want to check it in our raw data, make sure nothing happened with that. I mean, it's hard to say in here. We'll look to see if there's any reports. Hopefully, nothing happened there, but trying to give you guys a heads up on that here for sure, as we're looking at the very latest information. So, again, I'm just trying to keep you safe here. I'm just trying to keep you informed on the overall meteorology. Some strong winds here moving toward Middleburg as well, but again, trying to keep you up to date here. So get over to our different scans again. Just looking here at all the different tools in the toolkit. Let's look at power outages. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. You see some here even in Bradford. Alachua, Levy, there, Marion, Putnam, Clay, Gilchrist, Eccles. Anna's is here and there. Not in Flagler, even looking at it here. They're not seeing any right there, nor that area. Let's kind of look at some of this here. Gonna go back an hour. Let's do that. And this significant advisory, we had, the damage there in northeastern Levy County. So that was, something that was a cause for concern as we were looking over there. Again, a couple damage reports. Levy County Emergency Management reported a tree fell on a power line. And then this is also, I know it's kind of tilted here, but it's also in Levy County. 4 miles northeast of Bronson, Levy County Emergency Management reported that State Road 24 is completely blocked. So, again, that tells a story there as we're looking at things. See west of New River there, seeing some of that wind and rain and lightning. Again, I'm trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. A lot of lightning right into that Union Bradford line. Let me check the latest on these statements. Okay, update on the Bradford Union Alachua warning. At 5:18, a severe thunderstorm was located near Beasley or near Lake Butler, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible, as was penny-sized hail. Lake Butler there, Beasley, New River, Sampson, La Crosse, Brooker, and Dukes. So, continuous cloud-to-ground lightning is occurring with this storm. Move indoors immediately. Lightning is one of nature's leading killers. Remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to some flash flooding, so do not drive your vehicle to flooded roadways. So we have Lake Butler, Beasley, over toward New River, Sampson, La Crosse, Brooker, as well as Dukes. So severe thunderstorm warning near Beasley is where that, potential seems to be magnified. Or near like Butler, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Let's do a storm track. So, some of these have been too hard to track here to do. This might be too because it's all, kind of connected on in here. Because it was kind of, separated, but now, we're getting that interaction there. Of course, we had the interaction there too, which this can also cause a little spin or something sometimes. So hopefully, haven't had anything northeast of Brooker there try to evolve with any type of spin. I know we have a damage report to the east here. It looks like outflow boundary moved through the area to give a 41. Okay, so it's not a damage report, and it's just a gust, but a 41 mile an hour gust there at least toward Clay County with the Green Cove Springs area. Looking like a strong outflow boundary moved on through. So. Again, looking here, we had our one warning go away for areas that are St. John's, Putnam, and Clay off toward the east. So that's some good news. Our heated advisories, of course, we're watching those. We still got this storm axon. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a couple minute break. We're gonna be back here in just a couple minutes at 5:30. I just need to catch my breath just for a second. It's not gonna be long here, but just gonna check a couple. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, just seeing a new update. Come on in. Just watching some of the different. So I don't. Okay, so nothing new. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything there. As we're watching. So. Gonna take a very short break. Of course, we're normally on at 5:30 anyway, so I'll be back in about 2 minutes with more information. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here on this Thursday. Special severe weather coverage continues at 5:30 in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned. Stay safe. This
In the
is a
last half
clouds
decade
weather
or so,
alert.
our area and the region have been through a lot.
Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable.
I was there around 4 p.m. to document them.
Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely run a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry. Bear the brunt of this coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation as I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is.
When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Had to switch my mic setup here. Having an issue. The mic, one is running dead and the other one is having issues connecting now. So we're taking it from the other source here. So hopefully you guys can hear me all right. But just appreciate everybody tuning back in here. We've been on for about an hour and a half already. I know it's time for 5:30. So now we still have one severe thunderstorm warning here on the board right now. And I appreciate, just the viewership here as things do evolve with the overall meteorology. So again, let's go ahead and see here as we get on in here toward parts of Union and Bradford. We have this wind enhancement in here until about 5:45 p.m. We have that severe thunderstorm warning remain. We had 4 on the board just a little while ago. We're down to 1 warning, but it does include parts of Bradford County. So we're focusing on this here very intently, obviously, seeing some different things come together here in the Doppler radar picture. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in and everybody trusting me here with the overall scenario. So again, just watching things here on our Doppler scan. Let's see here what we're down with the wind. It doesn't look as intense now, but we still have some strong storms here in the overall picture. You see around the Middleburg area there, 44 miles an hour. As we look into toward Duval County and outflow, that could be some pretty strong winds right there around downtown next couple minutes, just with the boundary here coming on in. So that's something we have to be very cognizant of as we're looking at things, as we're updating the very best we can. So again, just watching that come on in there. I mean, we're starting to get stuff to kind of develop on top of each other a little bit in terms of the interactions, and that's causing everything to kind of weaken down here in general, which is what we want to see. But you still got to be careful. Don't let your guard down here because it is still pretty unstable as we look. But some of these boundaries can, let's look at the temperature story. I mean, let me look at another source, really. So I can see some of these other smaller sites. I would think we'd be seeing some of these temperatures cool down ahead. And, it's still hot, very hot further up, though, as we're looking in the overall picture. I mean, still 94 toward Jacksonville Airport, but we're cooling off ahead some, maybe with that boundary, and then that would kind of help us out here as we're looking at the overall meteorology. So, again, that, hopefully we'll see that kind of, we're talking about here, you see this boundary coming off of this. So, that's what we kind of want to see there. In terms of the overall pattern, maybe more stable as we're looking here. That'd be helpful. But, we still have to watch these storms across our region, but if they go below severe, then we don't have to be going with it. You can watch on the radar there. You can watch, with the source there, with the Cloud Weather app. Again, Cloud Weather app there, Google Play. Casey Cloud Weather is listed as in the Apple App Store. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall situation. Just trying to watch things scan by scan here with the overall scenario. So let's try something here. We're going to put this into 3D mode. Let me put this here. We're going to draw this and then we're going to turn it around. We're going to try to look here. It looks like, some of this, you can kind of get a look at some of this here getting up to over 30,000 feet. With the overall activity, just telling that weather story here with some of this vertical development. So, again, seeing that here evolve for sure. As we're all looking here, again, just watching the overall meteorological progression. And as we look ahead in that timeline, We look ahead in that timeline here. We're going to have a bigger storm chance tomorrow, believe it or not. I mean, in time for the high school football potentially, but you have to be kind of careful with that as we're looking at things. Again, please everybody tuning in. Let me just make sure we don't have any problems with the microphone because I'm taking it a different way. I don't see anybody commenting in. I still have the viewer count up, so this mic should be working all right. I'm taking it through our camera because my other mic, one is going dead and the other one is having trouble connecting, so we're just going to do it. This is the way I used to do it for a long time until earlier this year, but it's a different camera to do it from on the mic though. But again, anyway, just trying to, go over that there, in terms of the overall storyline, in terms of just making sure you guys can hear me, but then also we need to talk about the overall weather story here with things as we look here toward the weekend, toward early next week, maybe a little less, maybe a little bit of a ray of sunshine, figuratively. Of course, we've had it every day, some sunshine. It's just, then we get the storms later on that disrupt those plans. We've got a half inch series to start as we're looking at things overall. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the overall scenario here with the weather picture. So, let's go ahead and go back here to the Doppler. Still have this warning for now. We haven't got a cancellation statement. Let me check our smart web, which is going to be our reports here. Let's see if we have anything here in Bradford. I don't see anything right now in terms of damage in that system, so that's good. But we're going to keep checking, keep monitoring things, keep being very mindful of things here meteorologically. So, see some of that wind enhancement here as we look into parts of Bradford County again. Just trying to be very mindful here of everything. Just trying to be very mindful here of the overall scenario. So I'm reminding you guys of our coverage map. We always give you the latest for the 38 counties, but of course, we're focusing on Bradford and part of Bradford under a warning right now, under a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on everything. We're also trying to keep you updated on some of the forecast models. So I'm going to look at some of those here. I'm going to look at some of those. We have a few different ones in here in terms of the vantage points anyway. We're gonna, it's a little bit different Saturday night since we've been in severe since 4, but we're going to go ahead and go through some of this here with these different, model runs. So just going to order these around here. I'm going to go, through these the best I can with everybody. We're going to try to do our best on this. Just trying to keep you safe. Just trying to keep you informed. So back with you, I've been watching the storm action. I just have this is a different view here of the overall scenario. You've seen some, it's hard to tell from this view, but you've seen some warnings there pop up. We had, now look at all Mississippi though, not, with some action there, here and there, at least, with those yellow boxes really taking up the screen. But what you see the watch up to the north, but what I really want to say, guys, is our model in here. As we look in tomorrow, you see some more action, maybe in the morning according to the Baron 3K, but right during high school football tomorrow night. That could be problematic here. And during the Jaguars preseason game as well on that Friday night. And then you saw some storms hitting around into Saturday. That's one viewpoint. Here's another vantage point, though, as we kind of look hour by hour here on the overall scenario. You can kind of see just everything coming together, potentially maybe more inland, which would be not good for Bradford football, but maybe a little bit better for Jags according to this. We'll see how that goes on out there. Plays on out. You see this boundary here. You see that cool front, and then you can see the ERRR. This is not going to go out as far in the timeline here, but just watching everything, looping that again. Eventually, you see stuff fall apart, but it shows it hanging around for a while. With a little bit of cause for concern there in terms of just being kind of busy. If that were to, get into an area more unstable, we'll just have to watch and wait here. This is another vantage point of that. You see Tennessee's going to be busy up there tonight. And then as we look down here, just watching things overall, I mean, you see our storms. I know Meteorologist Elijah Kirby, who does a great job with Southern Tennessee weather there around Shelbyville. They'll be all over that there. There's some severe warnings popping up in toward that area. There's 8 counties up there, but around here we've been watching things for a while with our severe weather acts, and as we're looking at the overall scenario. And let's just keep looking here right now at the Doppler as we go ahead and zoom back. And we're getting heavy rain around Stark here with the overall scenario here in toward parts of Bradford County. And we still have that warning. They have not sent out an expiration statement yet here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. You see east of Brooker there, some wind enhancement as we look, as we watch things here. And the one thing I do gotta remember now, when I'm using my mic off the webcam, I can't, when I turn, you might not be able to hear me quite as well. I apologize for that there, because again, I'm having a little bit of a mic issue right now. One mic is not connecting, the other mic, the battery's having an issue. So, but we'll be wrapping this soon if we don't get any more warnings. But you never know here this time of year in this type of pattern. You see lightning popping up over Jacksonville. That's not a great sign here. Just with the boundaries interactions, that means we're probably getting growth we're not really able to see on the radar yet. So that could kind of get us going here, pretty quick as we're looking at the overall scenario here. As we try to keep you informed, as we try to keep you up to date. This, really appreciate everybody tuning in here on this Thursday here. You see our lightning. This is kind of dangerous here. This is developing right into Jacksonville. Some of these could be cloud to ground strikes, and sometimes our lightning can even lead to like house fires and things like that. So you got to be very careful with that here as we're looking. You see here as we get toward areas there in toward parts of Bradford County. Again, we've had this warning here in play, maybe some burst of wind still as we're looking east of Brooker as we get in toward that area. Just having to watch everything. Some wind, in eastern Bradford, around northeastern Bradford, really, and more into Clay, though, around maybe Middleburg. As we're looking at the overall scan again, just to try to keep you up to date. So, let's see some more rainfall accumulations here. We're going to go ahead and do 6 hour. 1.5 inches. I mean, some of this is a lot less time than that. So that's why we have some flooded advisories out there towards some of the different spots. So quite a bit of rainfall for sure. And then power outages here. You see Union County almost 4% of the dark. Just a little bit here in Bradford County in the dark right now as we're all watching the overall situation here in toward the Stark area. So that's good, at least, that we don't have too many out. According to that, I know it doesn't track everybody, but it tracks, quite a few here in terms, of the others, Clay Electric and FP&L. But you can see here, just looking at 3 hour rainfall, definitely telling a story there to some degree, with some of the overall, accent in terms of rain. But let's go ahead and go to current. We're going to go to County Power to total. Clay County 2,000 in the dark now. Alachua County 700, Union 200. That's a bit thunderstorm warning went away there as we're looking at the overall situation here toward parts of Bradford County, which is some good news here. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. So we don't have any active warnings, but we're still within our 5:30 show time. So let me just look at some things here. See if we have anything from Bradford County Fire Rescue. And there was a tree that fell earlier today here in Bradford County. Not necessarily weather related. It was early this morning here. A large tree fell across State Road 100. But, the sheriff's office posted about how, folks there, several citizens out in the heat working to clear the road when they arrived. So they were so, happy to see that. Everybody here excited to see that, this kindness here for sure. As we go ahead, though, and look here at the Doppler radar, you can kind of see around the Lodi area. And then again here in Jacksonville, though, we're really quickly getting some upscale growth here. We're getting that upscale growth into Duval County. So may end up getting some warnings up in here. The wind's maybe not quite there yet, but it may not take long. As we look there in toward that area to get us some issues in toward Duval County. And maybe up toward the airport area. So we're going to have to watch that very carefully as the situation does rise and arrive, maybe toward that area there. Again, our 7-day, you can kind of see here that overall storyline with those rain chances a little bit higher even for that football on Friday night. There, we got to be very cognizant of the overall situation. That can, whenever there's lightning around, that can be really problematic. Maybe stuff will come through a little earlier, so it's just raining. Maybe play through that. The field could be rough in some spots or some fields, but just something to kind of bear in mind here. As we're looking, we're down to 72 though here east of Stark. So that's nice to see. Got rid of that hot air in terms of the overall temperature storyline. I mean, over a half inch of rain as we're looking at the overall situation. Just trying to keep you up to date. Looking at different monitors. Seeing that development in Duval County. Talking about the drought monitor coming out earlier on. Definitely, problematic here still. We need the rain. Let's look here. 3-day totals. I mean, not as much in southeast Georgia, but some areas getting some here. In North Florida, still not enough. Some of that, drought index data that only goes to late Monday, early Tuesday. So some of this past data that I see alerts like in the Northeast, tornado warnings up there. Those aren't our concern, but the local meteorologist up there know where those zones covering those. I mean, that's what we're looking at the overall meteorology. But let's zoom in here. As we're trying to give you the very latest. I just wanted to be very mindful here. To the street level. James, Road there, Cedar Hills Estates. And another area around Pineland Garden there, J. Turner Butler Boulevard. Very quickly, some storms developing there into Duval County. So we'll be catching people off guard. Yeah, the interactions go on here meteorologically to get that upscale growth. It's amazing how weather can work sometimes, but it can be dangerous as well with that lightning happening, right even before we really see much on the radar echoes. Granted, the storms were developing. It's just, that's how it works here sometimes with that upscale growth here, for sure. Let's try something with our 3D mode here, as I'm talking about upscale growth. Let's talk about this here a little bit. Oh, wow, you can really see that good on this. If we loop this around, just seeing how quickly this is developing vertically with the overall action. I mean, this is really evolving quick. And we got a shear marker. Let's see what that's all about. Let's see it. I thought I saw it in there. I'm probably going to get a warning pretty soon, to be honest. I mean, at least a severe thunderstorm warning. As we're seeing 49 mile-an-hour wind. I know that may have been an anomaly on that fringe there. But it's so when we're getting strengthening overall here around the Hart Expressway. I know I haven't seen many of these shear markers on our road since we had this last few months. We've had 2 of them today that I've seen pop on in. So some different interactions go in, and go on here toward our different areas. But again, I would wrap this here towards 6, or maybe even a couple minutes early, so we could, get our bearings here. We thought maybe we wouldn't get a warning, but I'm afraid we're going to get a warning here. So let's just keep it here, through the next 10 minutes at least. And if we don't have a warning by then, maybe we'll wrap. But around the Hart Expressway there, we're seeing some of that wind enhancement around Beach Boulevard there and toward that zone, 49 miles an hour. And it's developed very quickly here. See how things came together here, that we get the upscale growth here. Really telling that story. Some interactions. It's a cause for concern there as we're looking toward parts of Duval County. So just really trying to be here for everybody. Trying to be here for the viewers at home. Again, trying to keep you up to date. Don't have any active warnings, but it's, grayish
last really, I would say brownest box is indicative of advisories here. You know, about Tallahassee River still down, but let's go ahead here. You know, some of our modeling we're watching to see the trends, but then let's just show you here the temperature trend here across the country. You can kind of see here toward those triple digits out west there. I mean, out here. I mean, we've gotten toward that here in some spots, but the rain quarter now. But it's been humid, muggy. You know, mugginess definitely around, definitely towing that weather story here as we get further off toward the east. So, again, that's something to be very mindful of here as we're looking at the overall meteorology. So, I'm just trying to watch things. I know the tropics. It's a situation here where, in terms of the tropics, only a 20% chance of development for one system way out here. As we kind of look at things, I know as we look though closer to home, we're just not really seeing, you know, too much, which is some great news here. Great news. I mean, we're gonna have to see though, you know, how things play out. You know, we're coming up on, you know, a lot of anniversaries of some of the big storms. So we'll just have to see here if things start coming into play at the climatological peak their hurricane season coming up here as we're looking toward the basin. So we'll be keeping our eyes out here for sure. As the overall situation does evolve, we'll be keeping our, you know, eyes out here for sure toward that Atlantic basin with the overall meteorology. So let's get back into Duval County here because this is some pretty strong stuff. You know, be taking precautions here. No warning yet, but seeing some stronger pixels here around Hogan. This is developing so quick. I know it's still in more one direction mostly, but yeah, the boundary. And okay, we just had our warning issued. Okay, so there we go. Our severe thunderstorm warning just popping on in until 6:45. This is gonna be a long fuse severe thunderstorm warning as we look toward that area. So, at 5:52, a severe thunderstorm was located near Arlington, moving north at 20 miles an hour. Another storm was just south at west of downtown, moving northwest at 15. So, Jacksonville International Airport there. UNF Arlington, Bay Meadows, as well as Cisco Gardens, Ortega, Craigville, Port Carolina, NAS Jackson. This severe thunderstorm warning here. So it's going for almost an hour as we look here at the overall meteorology. So we have to be very cognizant here of things. We have to be very cognizant of things in toward Duval County. So again, just watching everything come together here with the overall upscale growth process. I mean, we saw in 3D mode. I mean, you'll see it here. I mean, look at 30 minutes, or we'll do an hour, but I mean, you saw there was nothing and we have a warning. So let's loop this 30 minutes. You can see here how the boundaries come together, and we have storms, we have a warning. So that's how it goes here. Sometimes it's a little more aggressive even than we generally get this time of year, or, you know, already on the later end of stuff this time of year. As we look at the overall situation, you know, with things evolving here in the month of August. I mean, we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the overall scenario. So just need to be careful here. There's no tornado possible tag, but let's just be kind of careful here. These are some pretty strong winds as we go between these modes here. Got two different areas the Weather Service is watching. There's some stuff there around Cassett Avenue, Roosevelt Boulevard. Just gotta be mindful here. We got the severe thunderstorm warning for Duval County here until about 6:45. So we have this severe thunderstorm warning here in play as we're looking at the overall setup here meteorologically. So again, just watching things here with those Doppler scans. Moment by moment, we'll start pulling up some traffic cameras here. So let me go ahead and do that. We're going to try to do that from the computer source right over here. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in and trusting me here on this Thursday. Gonna look here right near downtown area, give or take, on the Acosta Bridge. You know, it's windy out there and the traffic's going a little slow, so We'll go ahead and sew that here to you. Let's go ahead and sew this to you here on our other source. Just bear with me just a second. Again, to order you across the bridge there, you can kind of see what we're dealing with. Again, kind of moving my head there with some of that backup. But you see the wind there, towing that leather story for sure. Just trying to give you guys that very latest here on the overall meteorology. Again, trying to keep you safe. Just looking at more of our camera views here. If there's anything else we can pull up here for you that we want to, really give you the view on. Holiday Hill, Oakwood Villa, Spring Glen. Just going between some of our different modes. Again, just looking here at some of these cameras. I mean, it's not really showing too much, but pulling it up here anyway. It's 5:58. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a quick break here just for a few seconds, and then gather some information. So keep it tuned right here to Cloud Weather. Gonna keep you guys up to date here. I'll be back in about 60 seconds as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on these adverse weather conditions. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date. Just stay safe out there as we're monitoring things.
Covering North Florida and South Georgia. This is Clouds Weather.
Again, sometimes I hit the wrong button here when I've been on for a while, but okay, so I know I was talking over that a little, but we're going to go ahead and take the break. We'll be back. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out quick spin-up tornadoes. The things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry. Bear the brunt of this coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust Clouds Weather. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now. We have the severe thunderstorm warning continuing for parts of Duval County as we're at the 6 o'clock benchmark again, watching things, with this warning here in play. So let me go ahead and zoom on out here a little bit. Again, being very mindful here of the conditions. You can see here, it looks like some of these maybe not quite as impressive as a moment ago, but we're just going to have to keep on watching things here with the upscale growth process. So, and we had a little spin maybe, and you see some wind in here as we're looking at the overall scenario. So, I just got to be really cognizant here. Being, watchful. And we have a storm developing in Levy County, by the way. A lot of lightning here around Chiefland. Already had some damage down there earlier on, up toward the east a little bit. Now we have some storm action moving up toward the Chiefland area. Gotta be mindful there. In Levy County, this below severe limits officially. No warning there, but we're going to keep on looking at things the very best we can as a situation does transpire. So, again, I'm just trying to be here for you the best I can in terms of the overall meteorological elements that are coming together. Let me see here what I can kind of come up with. Okay, official RY Nirvana saying the lightning crazy there into Duval County. So definitely telling that weather story as we're looking at that report right now. Again, really developing quickly. So I'm sure it's probably kind of not fun there at all to be in the middle of that as we're looking into parts of Duval County right now with the overall meteorological picture. So, this whenever thunder roars, obviously going toward, but I bet there's a very loud, rumbles of thunder there for sure as we're looking at the overall scenario. Let's see if we can get a camera up toward the Dames Point area there, maybe. Let me see if I can kind of find in our system here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me. We're going to try to get a camera up there a little bit further in toward the view, toward the Dames Point Bridge. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. You see some of these adverse conditions there on this Florida 501 view. Again, trying to keep you up to date here. Again, just trying to be here for you. See our warning in effect. Some wind enhancement here around Holiday Hill, around Oakwood Villa. Some of the different winds, information coming out. We have the heat. That was the issue, but it's cooler now. You're down at 71 here east of Stock after 3/4 of an inch of rain. Still light rain coming down though. As we're looking at all the different information. Quite a bit of lightning toward parts of Union County. Again, as we look into, just over, you saw Baker County there, some lightning on the view as well. Again, see, it's manages even here in Bradford County, we had some storm accidents, so not necessarily a surprise, but just something, to take note of here for sure. Scott County Power is total. Just looking at some of these different readings. The temperatures in some spots really getting, up there and staying up there, but some have dropped off as we're looking at the overall weather picture, with the storm accent coming on through. Gotta be careful. Burst of wind, maybe right around Atlantic Boulevard right now here at River Hills Circle, Robbins Circle in Duval County, because when you get a signature like this, you have the winds going toward the radar site. You have winds going away from the radar site. This isn't necessarily rotation here. It's more of a downwards type of signature here as we're looking at the overall scenario. Again, just watching things very carefully. Just trying to be here for you. Let me read the statement off from the Weather Service. I'll go through that here. Central Duval County there till 6:45 p.m. at 5:52. A severe thunderstorm is located near Arlington, moving north at 20 miles an hour. Another storm was just southwest of downtown Jacksonville, moving northwest at 15. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, a penny-sized hail, Jacksonville International Airport, UNF Arlington, Bay Meadows, Cisco Gardens, Ortega, Craig Field, Port Carolina, and NAS Jax. Again, just going to be watching the overall scenario. Just going to be looking here at all the different data points. Check questions and comments here again. This RY Nirvana talking about the thunder rolling there and that is pouring into our area. You know, definitely some adverse weather here coming on through in the north part of Duval County as we're looking at the overall weather picture. So not fun at all there as we're looking toward parts of Duval County right now, that is for sure. See some of that wind there on the board. See the storm accent and how it kind of evolved, you know, to spin around and eventually getting the storms to evolve with it. Some of those are a little bit less cold though, so hopefully, you know, as we've seen on the radar, indicative of some weakening in the general sense here. Got some stuff out west though we're following. Are being very mindful of. Seeing around, say, Chaseville and Newcastle area there now. You do have some wind enhancement. It's very heavy rain. We have some different information. You know, we have this thunderstorm warning, but we have the flood advisory. It's not going to let me click on it because I think it includes all these same areas overlapping. But again, definitely seeing some of that torrential rainfall, these high rainfall rates. .6 inches an hour there. Of course, it's not coming down to that rate for a whole hour. That'd really be problematic, but we could get a few inches, you know, into that area there. Definitely got to be cognizant of that. Again, just watching the overall progression. I mean, you see other spots here as well. It's been a pretty busy day, and it's going to continue to be a pretty busy day. We're looking at the overall meteorology. So up in the northeast, they're getting pounded up there with in mid-Atlantic, some warnings, even some tornado warnings up there, and then seeing some development in Mississippi and Alabama, and then probably gonna have some of that in North Tennessee here next little bit. But you know, just continue to watch. You can see the spin there. I mean, that's what as we're looking here, just kind of watching things spin there with the overall pattern. So. A little bit of rotation in here, but I think it's more about just the burst of wind energy potential. Had a wind gust there, 45. At a 553 there toward the Orange Park area, but technically the Duval side of things. You know, 4 miles northeast of Orange Park, officially there at the NAS side there. So. And then the St. Johns River, the outflow there, a strong outflow there, a Bowie site, picking up 42 miles an hour there a little bit earlier on. As we're looking at things, Just being very mindful. Last few days, some of these spots haven't had too much rain up there. They're getting some now, not an overwhelming amount for some, but some are getting a good bit here. As we're looking into Duval County, East Point there, the Quinlan community, Dames Point Manor, Newcastle, Arlington there. Again, just watching the winds here on the Doppler overall. The temperature storyline, you see some cooler conditions there as we're looking, but again, just continuing to give you the latest. Just trying to be here for you. Again, appreciate the viewership. And the one thing that's worth noting is there was some damage there toward the gymnasium in Union County High School. Union County High School from the storm on Tuesday, but it's a situation where it wasn't bad enough. They were going to move the volleyball game out of there. They ended up being able to play that there tonight, based on the information according to Union County High School. School's supposed to be open back up tomorrow, so maybe not quite as bad, or at least they got damage fixed quicker than they thought toward the gymnasium there for volleyball at Union County High School. But again, just trying to keep them pretty safe and informed. Just trying to be here for everybody. These hail indicators here, maybe some hail in here in the Duval County. Again, just trying to update you the best I can. Okay, latest from the Weather Service. At 6:11 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Arlington, moving north at 20 miles an hour. So Jacksonville International Airport, UNF Arlington, is what it's NAS Jackson, Ortega, Ocean Way, Craig Field, Fort Caroline, San Marco impacted. Let's go ahead and see here what else is going on in terms of the last half hour, because we had the lightning count get up here into the 70 range, 80, 90, past 100, and it's starting to dip back down a little. So that's a good sign, but we still are getting a storm here that's having a storm action that's having some impact here. So again, just trying to be very mindful of the overall scenario. You see lightning still out ahead here, not far from the airport. So that's a cause for concern. See around San Mateo there. Seeing some winds upwards of 47 miles an hour on velocity. That's not far from the radar site. Only a couple hundred feet up. I mean, the radar is over here if you guys aren't familiar. It's at the airport. You see the cone of silence here. That's where your radar is. And then you have these winds not that far away, as we look here around San Mateo area. Okay, we got a new warning. Let's see what this is all about in north part of Columbia County. Okay, this one's going to 7 o'clock. We're talking about at 6:16, a severe thunderstorm was located over Watertown and near Lake City, moving north at 10 miles an hour. Lake City, Columbia, 5 points, Watertown, Winfield, Swanee Valley. So just got to be really cognizant there as we're looking at things. But Ostrator, let's see, the height on that is about 3,000 feet up. Jacksonville radar at about closer to 4,000. So then this would give us our, better wind indicator. Granted, showing all these is pretty gusty in here, but maybe a little bit gustier right toward Lake City there in Columbia County. Around the area there around McCloskey, maybe, that community. Watertown. You can really see it right here, maybe. Right there as we're getting toward Washington Street and Kingston Lane. Again, continuing to watch the overall meteorological progression. So appreciate all the viewership here. Appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Looks like some wind enhancement, as we're looking for some of these different spots. Maybe, even a little bit of that wind, maybe getting down to the surface in terms of that burst of wind energy. By the way, I know we were talking about it earlier on, but there were some things going on out toward, not far from the state of Florida. And apparently there was a tornado that touched down there just in Alabama with a debris signature earlier on. So that's unusual for August, especially not with a tropical system. So it's not our area, but it's worth noting here. That'll be a big story. I'm sure it already is. We just don't, we're not, we're on our own cover. We got to focus on now 3 warnings. Okay, so we have another warning now as we look here at the overall meteorology. So let's go ahead and look up here. You see those 7:15 for parts of Baker County. Let me read this off. It's also for parts of Columbia, Clinton, Ware, at least small slivers. So the National Weather Service in Jacksonville issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Baker, as well as northeastern Columbia, south central Ware, and southeastern Clint until 7:15. At 6:18, a severe thunderstorm is located near Taylor, or 20 miles southeast of Fargo there, moving north at 10 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail around the Taylor community. You could have, just that overall threat there. So some damage to roof, siding, and trees. A possibility there as we're looking at the overall situation. So look back toward Duval County here now. 49 miles an hour, 41 miles an hour. So you're on San Mateo here, 50. Get some of that down to the surface, but I mean, it's possible here. It's hard to say for sure, but it's possible we could just get, maybe a burst here, just off to the east here in this overall wind pattern. See some lightning and wind right into the airport there on that boundary, it looks like. Getting some stronger winds right along that boundary, the outflow boundary. Right there. I mean, you have that. You have, looks like our sea breeze here. Let's back this up over the last hour or so. So watch the overall progression. Yeah, that's definitely leading to development there around Euclid, because you already see the lightning from it. So just whenever thunder roars, go indoors there as we're looking at the overall situation. Just got to be very cognizant there. Appreciate everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me here on this Thursday. See folks like Diane watching on the Facebook meteorologist Casey Cloud page. Cloud weather, we've been on a lot, with this coverage here, and on that Facebook, we're also posting out those warnings. So appreciate everybody tuning on in, though. See everybody trusting me. Again, just trying to be here for you. Pull up our covers map real quick. Remind you guys of the 38 counties. Again, been on here for almost 2.5 hours, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall developments. Let's go ahead and come back on with the radar mode here. Oh, and I don't mean to hit that. This is what happens when my hands have been working hard here the last couple hours trying to give you guys the very latest, moving our maps around. So, again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Appreciate everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me. We have 3 warnings right now here. You watch this spin, we've seen, just the overall setup here now with these warnings coming, back in the picture. We had a few minutes without a warning, and we had a slew of warnings popping up yet again here as we're looking at the overall meteorology of the heat. You have some different dynamics here on play here to allow for some of that storm potential. So just have to be aware of this here as we're looking meteorologically. So just appreciate everybody tuning and everybody trusting me. Just looking at everything. Appreciate everybody's viewership. It is 6:24 p.m. on this Thursday, August 20th, 2026. The meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center watching things, just trying to, really be on top of the overall scenario. Just trying to be on top of things the best I can. Okay, new warning now. As we look up here in the word parts of Nassau until 7:15. .624 severe thunderstorm is located near Jackson International Airport, moving north at 10 miles an hour. So St. Mary's there in Yulee involved until 7:15 now as we're looking for the severe thunderstorm warning up that way. Again, just trying to be here for you. Trying to be here for you. Okay, so we have these warnings. I'm going to catch my breath just for a few moments here. So, and let me make sure I switch this over so we're not. I know I've had an issue here where I keep going into the break here when I switch back. So I need to make sure I turn that off before we go to our break here. It's just, we've had so many warnings here lately. I've had to take a few more breaks than I normally do. So I just got to remember to switch that around. And we'll be back here in about 4 or 5 minutes or something like that with our continuing coverage. We have these 4 warnings here on play right now. As we're watching things across our covered area, we just got to be very vigilant, obviously, as we're looking at the overall meteorological picture. So Hearing some thunder east of Stark, but yeah, the worst to the north here right now, these yellow boxes. I'll have more here coming up soon with our continuing coverage.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in at 6:31 p.m. here on this Thursday. You see these 4 severe thunderstorm warnings continuing right now. I'm watching things carefully. I'm going to check questions, comments here real quick as we're monitoring things. Looks like we have official RY Nirvana asking where you can send weather footage in. Just send it to my Clever app. I know On YouTube, there's really not a way to do it, directly. If it was like Facebook, I would say just comment it. But, since you're watching on YouTube, I'd say just go ahead and hopefully you have my Cloudletter app and there's a place to send photos and video there within the app. So then it'll show up within that, So if you took that there, send it into that and I'll, try to get it on here on the air, before we get done with the coverage. I'll try to. I mean, I'm a one-man band, so I got quite a few, things going on. I may not be able to, but I'll try to get it on because I can pull up my stuff in the app pretty quick there. It's listed as Cloud Weather there in the Google Play Store, so Cloud_S Weather, and then the Apple App Store is listed as KC Cloud Weather. So that's how you can send footage in there with the overall meteorological pictures. Just download the app, the free mobile app there, and then there's a place to send in photos and video. So that's kind of the storyline, for anybody there out there that might have anything. I just appreciate your return interest to me. I'll try to check that here in just a little bit. But it's a one-man band here, so I can't look at everything all at one time. But I am going to try to get that up there if you send that to me there through the mobile app before we get out of here with our coverage. It may be here a good little while longer, though, as we're seeing these 4 warnings on the Doppler right now. Again, we have a warning toward Columbia County till 7 p.m. You see toward parts of Baker there and Columbia, another portion of it, and then into Georgia there, that's getting past till 7:15 for parts of Nassau, 6:45 for parts of Duval there. As we're looking at the overall meteorological progression. See this wind here. This is pretty strong. This signature coming up here toward some of these different spots as we get in toward Nassau County. As you can kind of see here on State Road 200, really telling that story. Some very heavy rain in here. Let's go ahead and go to the Barron button because we have some hail. This is not going to be as big as it's going to sow, but yeah, it's not as big as it's going to sow there, but I was just curious to see what it's showing there, but over an inch is a possibility. At least the penny size is what the weather service is saying. It definitely growing quickly is what this is telling me here, meteorologically. I've never seen it say that in our area, but it's just showing a strong, probably a severe storm here getting up to the road. Maybe a little bit of, rotation with this. I mean, possibly here as we're looking for some greens and reds trying to come together, possibly as this gets towards State Road 200. In Nassau County there, so we're on the Joel's Landing area right now. With the overall speed, of this, we're, watching this move off toward the north there, about 10 miles an hour. Again, just watching the overall scenario. Just watching the overall scenario. Another one is we have not had hardly any of these here the last couple months, and that's now 3 here today we've had with our signatures, popping up on the Doppler with at least some rotation. That's right on the edge there. I mean, it could just be the boundaries really being aggressive today. We have this spin in the, overall environment. We're not seeing much in our supercell composite indice or, in terms of any type of significant trend or parameter. I hear rumble thunder here used to start, but we do have the instability and the spin in general. So it's kind of interesting to see with the overall weather storyline. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on things. You can see the wind there on State Road 200, Muddy Trail, Kruger Road. Again, just watching this overall progression here. 13% of the dark in Baker County. See a lot of folks there in the dark. 1,500 in Baker. We have 300 here in Radford, 400 in Union, 800 in Columbia, 700 in Alachua, 100 in Gilchrist. Marion has 200. Clay has 500. Duval has 500. And then as we have, up toward Nassau County, there we have 600 there in the dark as well. So there's a lot going on here with the overriding story, plus out west. 800 in the dark as we're looking toward Decatur County, the Bainbridge area in general. We have an advisory there. We haven't talked much about our western areas, but the advisory there for areas north of Quincy, southwest of Bainbridge. We're going to watch that. I know I have all our DBZ values on here, but just kind of trying to see what's going on here overall with the overall meteorology right now, that overall story. So, okay, we got a new warning now. They never want to end here. Eventually we'll get the cooler weather, and then it'll be a lot, be like once a week or something toward the El Nino impacts here as we're getting toward like the fall, the winter. But we have now 5 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board here, and parts of Lafayette and Dixie till 7:30. At 6:36, a severe thunderstorm was located 12 miles southwest there over Bryan, or 13 miles northwest of Bell, moving north at 10 miles an hour. So Mayo, Cross City, Cook's Hammock there, Shamrock, Clara, as well as Cross City Airport, Chauncey, Old Town, the Buckville community, Fletcher Springs, Mayo Junction, Townsend, Hines, Grady, Hatch Bend, Eugene, Fletcher, and San Pedro Junction. So again, you have a whole bunch of warnings here on the board as we're looking at the overall meteorology at 6:37 p.m. on this, now 6:38 p.m. on this Thursday. So appreciate everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me here, as I try to give you guys the very latest. I'm just trying to keep you guys informed here. Again, let's see what's going on over here then. I'm watching this here, a little bit of a spin right here, on the edge of this. It's a little ahead, so it may not be reaching the surface, but kind of interesting to see that here on our system. A little spin out here. This may just be a burst of wind. We're pretty far from the radar of it. Just thunderstorm warning for Lafayette and parts of Dixie until 7:30. So again, just trying to watch things the best we can here. 5 warnings on the board right now. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Gonna loop this around. See our spin here, and you see the areas evolving. Four more risk here. Just a 1 out of 5, but things will come together in the elements sometimes this time of year. I know bigger risk as we look at other parts of the country here. Now they've been active in the northeast mid-Atlantic, and they're going to probably be active in the hours to come toward that yellow zone there as well. And even in Marginal, we had a tornado apparently. They're just west of the Florida Panhandle, so that's interesting. More tornado risk, but that can happen. As we're looking at the overall scenario tomorrow, we have our severe rescue for parts of the area as well. As we're updating it the best we can. Let's just say here we've had a lot of energy around. So you'll see some of that slacking off here in this overall pattern. For tonight, and then tomorrow we have more. And we gotta watch out for the high school football, storm activity. So in terms of the overall situation here, let's go ahead and go over to other mode. I know, of course, we look at the, tropics. That's a positive. We're not worried about the tropics right now. We're not worried about the tropics as we're looking at the weather picture, but we're gonna be watching. Maybe later in the month. We'll see. I'm not worried about that though. Just remind you guys of our 38 counties here, as we're keeping you informed. And then what I want to do, I'm gonna go to our Barron 3K model. So we're gonna go ahead and go over to that. You can see things fade ultimately tonight, but as we get into tomorrow, you see more storm activity And right in time for high school football, maybe, which is problematic, obviously, as we're looking at the overall situation. And the Saturday here, you can kind of see how we saw the storm activity maybe not be quite as aggressive, which would be good news, but still gonna be watching just the overall weather pattern here carefully. And let's get back, we still have that margin risk to margin. If you're not in the marginal, it doesn't mean you're not gonna have problems. I mean, definitely still could, but let's look at the 7-day here again. You can kind of see as we're looking at things, you have a 50% chance of rain there for today, but 70 for tomorrow. As we're watching things here, as we're monitoring things, you can see, that's the problem for our high school football. But we'll start to wind things down here, a little bit with the rain chances for early next week before they start possibly picking back up again. We'll just have to watch the overall meteorological trends. So. Just going to look here at some of the data points. I hope we can catch a break a little more, like Sunday, Monday there. Just try to catch my breath just a little bit here. We'll have maybe more in the active pattern here coming up later on. We'll see. But I have Sunday at 50 right now. I might be able to lower that some based on, some latest trends here. I'm looking at some of the models now while I'm talking to you guys here with the very latest. Again, I'm just trying to keep you informed. Just trying to be here for you the best I can. So. Again, we're going to watch everything. I mean, if I say it, the models will shift, but, I'm thinking about taking off, for Monday and not having a show on Monday, but we'll just wait and see. I say that, tomorrow everything will shift around in the models to have some issues here. Because we've been on hour after hour over many weekends. We weren't on this past weekend, thankfully. But we'll just watch the trend to see if that's even possible. I do have a way, to do some things here. Of course, we can be on, and we don't have to, we can do it and not have to worry about maybe the actual show process here for one day. Of course, I mean we do that from time to time anyway. But there's different ways for me to go live here if I need to. We're just gonna. It's been a busy last few months here, and it's going to continue to be busy as we're trying to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So this one looks a little weaker, but remember, right by the radar with this. Maybe kind of obscuring things a little bit with that warning. I mean, we have out toward the west here, toward Lafayette County to 7:30, Dixie County to 7:30. Mayo, Cross City, Cooks Hammock, Shamrock there, Clara, Cross City Airport, Chancey, Old Town, the Fletcher Springs area, Mayo Junction, Townsend, Hines, Grady, Hatch Bend, Eugene, Fletcher, San Pedro Junction till 7:30. So still watching that meteorological progression. By the way, I see on my other system here, there's a very rare tornado warning up toward areas that are not far from New York City. Rockaway Beach area, possible tornado. It's been a busy day here and weather, not just locally, but regionally with that tornado apparently just west of Florida is panhandle, and then it's the southeast. We're gonna be watching North Tennessee tonight, and already watching Mississippi with some issues, and it's all over the place nationally with the stuff in the northeast mid Atlantic. There's just a lot going on here, a lot going on in the overall weather picture. So. Again, trying to keep you informed. Trying to just be here for you. I know my mic might sound a little bit different. I had, we have two mics here, but the one, I've been using started running dead. The other one I had a problem with earlier. I was trying to get it. I don't know what's going on with it. I'll have to, probably something I can just unplug in our system here, but It's a situation. We can't do that when we're live when we have warnings, so we're just taking it from the webcam. It's a backup method. I mean, I've used that method for years, but with a different webcam. So again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date. Hopefully it sounds all right, because I haven't ever taken live sound from this webcam on the air before like this. So again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Hopefully these warnings will go away before 7:30. I apologize. I probably am moving the map around a little much right now. It's just, gotta move it around here to, I mean, I hate to say it, but to stay awake a little bit here. As you know, we're trying to keep you guys up to date. We're just trying to keep you guys informed here. Just a busy day here in the Weather Center. Been on with you since 4 o'clock, and just trying to keep you guys up to date. We were watching Marion County earlier on as well with a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's loop things over the last 4 hours or something. We'll just put in the motion that way here as we're trying to keep you up to date. So just gonna watch the overall meteorological progression. Just seeing everything come on up here in the overall view on the edges here. I mean, if that spin, it's a little reminiscent of when you have instability in parts, in between bands in a tropical system. I mean, that's when you have a tornado threat sometimes in the afternoon. That's not what this is necessarily, but my point is it's just a little reminiscent of that, seeing all that spin and then seeing stuff on the periphery. It's a little bit different than how it sometimes will be around here. But with the overall flow pattern, it's pretty different, to be completely honest. I mean, not necessarily used to seeing it spin around like this here with the overall patterns. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here with the overall information. There's rumbles of thunder here around Stark. Some of this in the rain, like the moderate rain. Still gotta remember whenever thunder roars go indoors, it's not, strong or severe, but lightning can still be very dangerous. Just remember, and this is gonna be important for high school football tomorrow night. Just remember, when you hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck there. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent storm. So gotta be really mindful of all that here in terms of the overall pattern in the weather center. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. So our yellow boxes still remain. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the potential. Just gotta be really careful. Just gotta be really cognizant, really mindful. Just really appreciate the viewership. Storm reports here. Gonna go through some of this. I mean, remember we had that report earlier toward the Gainesville Airport. They had that gust there, getting upward to 63 miles an hour just before 4 o'clock. That's before we had the warning actually come into play there. And this is how it is sometimes with meteorology, with things can come together. And then we had Levy County. Some damage there. I mean, I hate to even draw attention to it. So far, the only areas we've had the formal reports. I'm sure we've had damage otherwhere or other places, and otherwise, But so far we've had the formal reports or areas that we didn't actually have any of the formal warnings. But it's probably just going to take a little while for those other reports to trickle into the system in terms of the damage for severe criteria being met. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect and inform you, your friends, and your families. Everybody tries really hard here in the Weather Enterprise. It's just, this stuff can come together so quick. I mean, between radar scans even, and then we're really far away from some of the radars. It makes things really tough sometimes. Yeah, I see there's a warning way up in Georgia. That's, well north of our area, but north of our old area, even Sumter County in Georgia. Again, we still have these yellow boxes here on the screen, but let's check the expiration. That's 7:15. That's 7:15. That's 7, and that's 7:30. I know we're watching things, but I'm gonna check our app to see if we have any of those viewers submitted photos, video. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments. I know, if you weren't watching here, official RY Nirvana, I was telling you here minutes ago, how you can submit video and picture content. It may be in there. I just haven't had a chance to look there, the other source. So I know the tricky thing is the mic. I don't have a mic that's working, so when I go over there, my voice is going to trail off. So this might be a little interesting. In fact, okay, we'll just take a quick 60-second break so my voice is not getting too high or too low on this. So again, we'll be right back here on Cloud Weather, continuing coverage of the severe weather situation. So I'll be back in 60 seconds, see if we can get any of that content here on the air. So just keep it tuned right here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here. On this Thursday evening, this August 20th, 2026. So just stay tuned here as I continue to watch the very latest developments on everything here with the overall meteorology. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry. Bear the brunt of this coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust Cloud Weather. Back with you now. I know it's been a very busy day here in the Weather Center for sure. Seeing a situation where monitoring things very carefully. I know if any of you do have those videos or anything like that, just submit them to through the Cloud Weather app there. It's available in the Apple App Store there, KC Cloud Weather, and then in the Google Play Store there, Cloud Weather. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on everything the best I can. Just appreciate the viewership. I just appreciate the overall, viewership here from everybody at home. It's been busy the last couple of days. It's been on hour after hour. I've been on hour after hour again today. So, again, just trying to be here for you. We're about 3 hours into this here today on this Thursday. I just appreciate everybody tuning on in here, everybody trusting me. So, again, just really, want to be here for everybody the best I can in these inclement situations. It looks weaker in general, which is a good sign. I know we have the heat advisory that's about to go away, by the way. I don't know if we've had one issued for tomorrow yet. Let me see here, which would be great. great if we didn't have one again tomorrow. I mean, maybe we'll be, a little bit better off with that tomorrow as we look. But again, we see this weakening. That's great news. As we look off toward the west here, see some lightning there in the north parts of Baker and in the north south Georgia. You see in the north parts of Columbia County, north of Lake City. You see east of Mayo there as we're looking at things, as we're monitoring things. Just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on the overall scenario. Just trying to be here for you. Just trying to be here for you. We're approaching that top of the hour. It's almost 7 o'clock. Let's check things, over here again. East of Mayo. West of Branford. Northeast of Cross City. Again, just seeing all the electrical energy. Yeah, no, my audio is a situation here where I had some mic issues, so there's not much I can do on the fly like this as we're looking at the overall coverage right now. Let me just looking through my different options here. I am still here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Just gonna stay with the audio we have for now, I guess. So we gotta stay with these warnings. Hopefully they're gonna go away pretty soon. I'm not seeing a lot on some of these here right now, which is good. It's just a one-man band, so I mean, I think all I have to do is just get toward the computer and unplug something and plug it back in, but that's not something that's easily done when I'm live talking to you guys. So again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. Just appreciate the viewership. Appreciate everybody trusting me. Apologize on the audio, but it's, hopefully this should be wrapping up here soon. Because I mean, if I really thought it was gonna be here much longer, since it does sound like we might be having some issues with it, I would go ahead and maybe wrap and just try to fix it. But I don't know. By the time we do that, then these might start to really fall off the board here, which would be great news. I know we've just had some updates come on in. So we had the one go away around Lake City. We just had that one go away. So we now have 3 left, and then, 2 of those only go to 7:15. Hail was reported though in Yulee earlier. Remember we saw that really apparent signature on the Baron button. I mean, maybe not, to what it was so when it was so in a really high amount in terms of the size, but at least maybe about 3/4 of an inch is possible according to weather service. So that's something to keep in mind there as we're looking at the overall scenarios. Did get damage there reported in Duval County around 6 o'clock. Emergency manager reported trees down, power lines down in the area around Pottsburg Creek between Beach Boulevard there and Atlantic Boulevard. So again, that's something to kind of be very mindful of here. as we look out west. Put this radar on. Tallahassee radar still having issues. You don't see very much, which is great, but looks like Jacksonville's opted here. Some of this stuff's trying to move maybe east. And it's just spinning around. So maybe, but there's an advisory further east there. Weather Service is saying Tallahassee moving more north with this, but definitely some heavy rain, some of that trending over the same areas here. Again, this doesn't look like much anymore. This doesn't look like too much. There's a little bit of wind right in here around Middle Road. East of Mayo, some of that lightning there. Getting some development in towards Suwannee County or New Bern area. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're at 7:03. I'm going to try to, and we're going to keep the stream going, but I don't think there's enough for me to really just continuously talk. So we're going to take it right to 7:15. I'm going to try to fix the audio issue here between now and then. We'll just leave the stream going with the radar. So that's what we're going to try to do. Since it's not, we're not right over Duval with this. I'm not seeing anything overwhelming. I don't really just want to cut the stream. So we'll come back at 7:15. And hopefully I'll have that audio issue fixed here, or at least, for the time being. I can't guarantee it. If not, we'll go back to the way we're doing it. But I think that's the best course of action. So this isn't as threatening as it was, but I don't want to just, with 3 boxes on the screen, I don't want to just, wrap coverage either. So we'll go ahead and do that. 2 of these go away at 7:15, mind you. So we might be in a short-lived update by then. And this one's at 7:30. Again, we're going to try to do that. So in case things start sparking up here further up, we're kind of prepared. So we're in a little bit. Right here is the worst down in here. Let me draw it real quick. We're right here down in this area. Where that's the worst. But we're kind of in a low otherwise. So let's kind of take that action here. We'll be back at 7:15 with more, unless something really ramps up quick, like it'd have to be a tornado warning, which we're not really expecting here. It's not completely zero chance, but not really expecting that. So we're back here at 7:15. Just keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date here. It looks like we have folks like Stella watching. Stella saying they had a tornado warning yesterday. Not any from the Weather Service around in our area, but then as of John B here watching. I just appreciate, you tuning on here as well. Just appreciate everybody tuning in. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. And we'll keep it tuned here on Cloud Weather's continuing severe weather coverage. We'll keep it, we'll keep you up to date here as things do go on with the overall meteorological storyline. So just stay safe out there. We'll be back soon. Just keep it tuned right here for the latest.
This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you. I think we're on a better mic now and a better mic situation in terms of able to take it directly from the one on me. We're having some issues, but got down there, had the computer, unplugged some stuff, got it plugged back in. You should be able to hear me a lot better now. Just appreciate everybody tuning in. I will go ahead and remind you guys of the coverage map here. Just appreciate everybody's viewership here as we're looking at the overall pattern, just trying to keep you guys up to date here as the situation does evolve. So, busy day here with these storms. It's been busy the last few days. So, just trying to be here for you the best I can. I'll go ahead and come back on camera at least for a little bit here as we continue our live coverage. So again, just appreciate everybody watching. Smith Thunderstorm Warning, a new one now being issued for parts of Suwannee County at 8 p.m. I watched my alert board up here, just watching the very latest information here as things do go by minute by minute. And let me read off that warning here from the Weather Service in Jacksonville. So the information on that is, the indication here that the storm axis is moving north. It's right on the boundary here between the Tallahassee Weather Service and the Jacksonville Weather Service. So, severe thunderstorm warning at 8 p.m. for parts of Suwannee and Hamilton. At 7:08, a severe thunderstorm is located near Lauraville or Nama, north of Mayo, moving north at about 10 miles an hour. So, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, a penny-sized hail possible. Suwannee River State Park, Dowling Park, Lauraville, and the New Bern area. So again, a new severe thunderstorm warning all the way up into that 8 o'clock benchmark now as we get into word parts of Suwannee County. So again, watching that situation carefully there. In Hamilton County is where we have the other warning there as we get further down into word parts of Lafayette County there around Mayo. Let's pull up some of the velocities over here. We haven't, looked at these in a little bit too much. They're not overwhelming, but we're not in a great spot on the radar. So we have to just be cognizant here. This is very cognizant here of the overall scenario. So again, just going to watch things here very carefully with the information here as we go minute by minute. Again, just trying to keep you safe. So we'll go ahead and look here. You see all this lightning. Let me switch over here to some of the road profile information as we kind of get on in here. Around Lauraville, you're seeing areas here be impacted with the heavy rain. And let's see here. Let's see. Gainesville area roads, I guess. I know it's right on the edge. I mean, it's technically Tallahassee Weather Service, but I know we get set up here. We don't have to watch this area quite as much sometimes. We don't have, maybe as many warnings that get issued for that area in terms of the overall volume. But we're seeing a situation here where we have areas there out toward Lauraville being impacted until 8 p.m. In Suwannee County right now. So 180th Street there, 180th Terrace, 174th Street here again, seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. That's right there. Next, that's in the Suwannee County there. I know it's tricky because we're right on that line there. I kind of mixing my lines up just a little bit, but you kind of still the similar principle. We don't have much, generally to track there, but this is just technically in the Suwannee County, a different weather service here as we're looking at things. So, you can kind of see our boundary here. So this is the Tallahassee Weather Service area down here. We don't generally have stuff kind of on this boundary like this too much, but this is the Tallahassee Weather Service. This is the Jacksonville Weather Service. But these are both, indoor the Tallahassee TV market as we're looking at the overall information. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Just trying to keep you informed here. Tallahassee radar still having some issues, so having to use this radar. Is a pretty good radar though. One we're probably using out here anyway. As we look about 4,000 feet up, give or take, depending on where we're at in here. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family, to inform you, your friends, and your family here. Just trying to be here for you the best we can. as we look at the overall meteorological principles. So about 3,500 joules per kilogram there of surface-based CAPE. Just watching everything come together here as we're watching, minute by minute, 391 lightning strikes here in the past 15 minutes. I'll loop this around. You can see that number had gone up some. We are on a downtrend, it looks like right now overall, but kind of some action here kind of over to the right of me as we're looking as well. So again, just trying to update you, trying to be very mindful of heat advisory. And then just again, 38, 35. Again, I just seeing the overall wind potential in here. Definitely noteworthy here, at points. I mean, granted, that doesn't look, too ominous, but we could be getting some stronger winds down to the surface. We got a new warning now, though. Tallahassee is in a new warning now. So let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay, all the way to 8:45 now. So again, let's see what we have. This is not moving all that much. Northwest at 15 is what the Tallahassee office is saying. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette County, northeastern Dixie, northeastern Taylor, and eastern Madison. 721 severe thunderstorms are located along a line there, extending from near Dallin Park to Namla, northeast across the city there, moving northwest about 15 miles an hour. So you have Mayo, Madison, Lee, Cook's Hammock there, Chancey, Smith, Hopewell, the Buckville community there, as you have Mayo Junction involved, Townsend, Salem there, San Pedro Junction, and Day. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments here on this Thursday. So again, I just trying to keep you guys up to date. So okay, Top Cat's having some issues with the audio right now. Okay, so I know it should be, let's see here. So let me look at my numbers in here after I reset things. I just appreciate everybody tuning on in, everybody trusting me. Let me check what we might have here. We'll go ahead and throw the coverage area up real quick. So let's see what's going on with this. Okay, so just appreciate everybody tuning on in, everybody trusting me. How about now? I think with it, maybe that'll help. I'm not sure, but again, just appreciate everybody tuning in here. Everybody trusting me. Again, just appreciate the viewership here. I'm seeing my audio numbers. They look a little low still, so I'm not sure what's going on. But again, it's hard to do when we've been in coverage here for 3 hours, and then after we've been on for day after day here, it's kind of hard to fix any issues here when we're on the air like this. So I may switch back to the other audio. We'll see, because I have a feeling this audio may not be coming through very good, just based on the numbers I'm seeing here. So we're going to go ahead. Let me see what I can kind of come up with here. Okay, we're back with the other audio now, because I still want a higher number on here. So we're just going to stick with it then for now, as we're looking at the overall situation. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me here as we're looking at things. So we're back to the other audio, the webcam, because the numbers are coming through higher here. So again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed on the overall scenario. Getting a report of a tree down on County Road 354 there in toward Lafayette County. So again, I'm just trying to update the very best I can here on the overall meteorological picture. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning situation out there as we're looking east of Tallahassee, but west of Lake City there with our scenario. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in play as we're looking here
and everything. We're just trying to be very mindful of the overall meteorology. So let me see if there's any questions, comments. I saw that over there. Let me see what we can kind of pull up. I'm gonna check our other source here as well. So let me check some more. But there's just a lot going on here with the pattern again. My voice will trail off some, but I need to check our other computer source. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, everybody trusting me. Just looking here the best I can. If anybody has any viewer videos, photos, send them to the Cloud of the app. Just send them on in there. As we're looking at things. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in. I'm kind of running out of breath a little bit, but just we've been on here hour after hour. It's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall situation. I'm gonna come back on camera again. Seeing this a bit thunderstorm morning all the way at 8:45 now. So again, just trying to be very mindful of this. That light in there. Sometimes it can get in the way a little bit. Seeing some wind enhancement here north of Mayo. See all that lightning in there? Just gotta be remembering whenever thunder roars, you gotta go indoors. Again, a long view situation here with all the meteorological elements coming together here for some of our different communities. So outages here all over the place in a different spots as we're looking at the overall information. So just got to be really cognizant here of everything in terms of the overall power outage story. So again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. This is that report there in toward Lafayette County, a tree down on County Road 354. We have some of these different outages here. Again, just trying to be very mindful of everything. I'm going to go ahead and just check something here real quick. Appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Appreciate the viewership here. It's very, very busy here. Just looking through some different things real quick. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Let's go ahead and come back on camera now. Again, seeing our severe thunderstorm warning situation progress. Some burst of wind maybe on the west side of Mayo, maybe more toward the Peterson area. Maybe even a little weak rotation on that. And you see some of the areas this is kind of headed toward. As we get toward North County Road County Road 53. So again, just trying to watch things the best I can. Again, you can kind of see here the added story. Let's pull up the adages here a different way. Definitely some of these power outages here showing on up. Some of that, south area as well, but then west, river area there. So we're going to keep watching things very carefully here. You see north side of Mayo there, again, watching things with the overall scans. So I think we're going to do another break here at 7:45. We're going to gather some more information, and we'll be back here soon with more coverage on this severe thunderstorm situation as we're looking out toward the Swanee River Valley / the eastern Big Bend. Mayo area getting heavy rain, gusty winds, a lot of lightning. Whenever thunder roars going north, area impacted pretty badly by Hurricane Helene, Idalia, that hurricane as well. So very busy day here in the Weather Center, just trying to keep you up to date. Been a very busy week, and we'll be here with more in about 12, 13 minutes. So keep it tuned right here up for the very latest.
This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming back on the air right now at 7:45 p.m. It's been a busy evening here, late afternoon into the evening. As we're looking right now, we do have the warnings, but I am seeing something pop up. Another one of these spins. We don't get these very often, and I think maybe the fourth one I've seen today. At least a little bit of rotation. Showing up within the Doppler radar technology north of Bell. So. Not a warning there, but just something that we're seeing in our system here around Little Lake City, the Hatch Bend area, not too far away from there. So something to monitor, but our warning accent is a little bit further off toward the west here as we're looking overall. So again, you see out toward areas here in north parts of Madison County and in toward parts of Taylor, Lafayette, to 8:45, another hour here with a severe thunderstorm warning situation. So seeing the damaging potential. You see towards Swanee, it's going to 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock there. So, a heated advisory now till Friday, or into Friday evening. Another one for tomorrow there. I don't have it to the east yet. Showing up at least in some of these spots. We also have some development here, storms, though, as we get north South Georgia. I know you guys have been left out a little bit on this, but seeing some of that there. So, again, just trying to update the very best we can. Again, looking out toward the Mayo area there. See all that lightning just whenever thunder roars go indoors? Again, just trying to be very mindful. Just trying to be very vigilant here on everything, with everything. Looking on my different computer screens. I just trying to update you guys on the overall latest details. Okay, we got an update. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect at 8:45 p.m. for western Lafayette, northeastern Taylor, and eastern Madison. At 7:47 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles there southwest Swanee River State Park to 14 miles south of Mayo, moving northwest at 15 miles an hour. So Mayo, as well as Madison, Lee, Cook's Hammock there. We also have the Chancey area, Smith, Hopewell, Carver there, Mayo Junction, Townsend, Salem, Hanson, Athena, San Pedro Junction, Day under this. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here with the very latest information. Just appreciate everybody's viewership here on this Thursday, on this August 20th, 2026. And I repeat myself some, but it's just we've been on for so long here, looking at the overall, latest details. I know, just trying to keep you informed. Just trying to update the very best we can. See around Mayo, heavy rain to lightning. Just whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors there for sure. As we're looking toward that area. So, again, just a lot of that electrical energy around there. Let me see if I can pull up, maybe camera views of some of that as we're getting toward dark. It could be pretty interesting to see here as we're looking at the overall information. So, just going between some of my different sources here. I'm going to check one source on this and just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Let's look out toward the Mayo area. On the Doppler, we're watching with the cameras. I'm just going to see what the closest one will be. I know we have some down toward Cross City. Let's see what we can kind of pull up. We'll see some of the darker skies, at least from that area. As we're looking toward this zone, again, just watching the very latest here. It's not as, nasty down, into that area. They're way, south here of the worst of this, but still, kind of gloomy looking, So we're looking towards some of these different vantage points. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move off of that camera over here. And we're just going to keep on going here with the coverage. Again, just trying to be very mindful here of the overall scenario. The wind west of Mayo. Seeing stuff west of Live Oak. Again, I'm just trying to be here for you. Let's look at power outage information. See some out towards Swanee, some out toward Lafayette counties there. As we're trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall meteorological setup. Again, just watching everything here for you. Let's go ahead and go the last 4 hours. We'll do 15-minute increments here. We'll zoom out. Oh, did we get a flash flood warning now? It's not going to show it here, but we did just get a flash flood warning now for west central Swanee County. Until 10:45, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2.5 and 3.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 1 to 2 are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding either ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Dowling Park and Lauraville. So flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. So again, just watching that zone. Let's show you some of the rainfall estimates before I do our loop then. Let's go to our hydro mode, our 3-hour. There's quite a bit of rain in this area here. As they're looking 2 to 4 inches. I mean, some of that's, even out in toward Lafayette County there in the Tallahassee jurisdiction for that. So we'll see if they issue a flash flood warning, but, for Lafayette. But parts of Swanee, a flash flood warning here as we get over the next few hours. So that rapid water rise potential there. But now let's go ahead and do that loop I was alluding to. I'm going to go ahead and switch our information on up, and we'll go ahead and run this through. I mean, you can see how busy we've been. I mean, hour after hour watching this spin here, and now it's like spinning back toward the west here with some of this. Just got to hope that once we have our daytime heating, really kind of fade away, we don't see, more of these yellow boxes out toward Tallahassee. And yet again, having some issues with the modeling, not really picking up on this, I mean, it did some, don't get me wrong, but it could do a better job is what I'm saying here with some of the high-res guidance in terms of the overall storyline here. You can just watch and see here, just the development here with the overall pattern and seeing our storms here impact us. Definitely seeing the noteworthy details here being displayed. Again, you don't generally have this motion from southeast to northwest here across our area, but that's what we've seen here today with the overall weather patterns. So,
Again, that's why we've had to be here with you hour after hour. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. I switched it a little bit earlier on here, with the overall timeline going back 6 hours. Now, so I had that first one in Marion, and then we had one towards St. John's, and then, we were off and running here. Unfortunately, once we got that St. John's one, pop up, we had just, wind and, storm accent all over the place here with the overall pattern. So, again, just really trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall meteorological setup. It's just interesting to see the different processes come together, the damage and wind potential there. As we look there toward Mayo there, we're definitely having to, see, what's going on there with the overall Doppler scans in terms of the, severe thunderstorm type of potential. So definitely tracking that here for you. We have that flash flood warning now for parts of Suwannee County here. So seeing some of that potential with the trending of the rain a little bit, a rapid water rise type of potential. As we're trying to, be very mindful here, be very vigilant of the situation. I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna get back off camera again. Our mic is working now. We got that, fixed, that situation fixed. So I'm gonna go over to our Baron computer source and just kind of sit over there to track things as we're being very mindful of the scenario. So again, we've been with you here since about 4 o'clock, trying to give you guys the very latest. Sometimes things just come together in the overall pattern here, and I'll be off camera tracking it. I know, just always trying to give you guys that very latest. Though, let me see if there's any questions, comments while I'm still over here. I don't see any right now, but again, gonna go ahead and I'll sit over there and then be off camera. But we're gonna still be with you. Don't go away. It looks like we lost a few viewers just now, but don't go away here. I'm gonna still be with you guys as we're updating you here. If you guys have any videos, pictures, send them to me through the Cloudweather app there. It's available in the Google Play Store, the Apple App Store. Download that app. It's free. And then, you can just send those photos as videos on in there toward that Cloudweather app. And, Cloudweather there, Cloud apostrophe S weather is how it's labeled on, Android there. In Google Play, and then for Apple, it is labeled there as the KC Cloud Weather. So, again, that's the storyline with that. We're going to go ahead and go back on over here. As I'm watching things, I'm going to keep you guys updated from the other source now, in terms of just maneuvering the map from over there. So, again, I just appreciate everybody tuning on in. It's almost 8 o'clock, but we still got a warning for the 45 minutes, it looks like here, as we're watching the overall situation evolve. So, again, just appreciate everybody. Appreciate the viewership here. We're just watching the action here. It's just been so busy. We had the storms on Tuesday. We had the storm action there as we were getting there on that Wednesday. We didn't have too much on Monday. We were, thankful we didn't have any warnings over the weekend we had to break in for. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here on things for sure. Moment by moment here as the meteorology comes together. So, just really being, very mindful here of that. Being very mindful of that here. Okay, Suwannee severe thunderstorm warning being expired by the Weather Service in Jacksonville. So, that's some good news here. Again, just trying to be here for you. Just trying to be here for you. Appreciate everybody here watching the coverage. Just watching things moment by moment. So we're still here. We're at the radar source. Again, you see that flash flood warning there in the north parts of Suwannee County. That's still continuing as we're monitoring things very carefully.
That's till 10:45 p.m. And you have the severe thunderstorm warning in play. 8:45 parts of Madison County, Taylor County there at 8:45 p.m. 8:45 toward Lafayette County. So again, just seeing the overall meteorological elements come together here. Seeing some of that wind energy here. We'll have to see if this gets extended into Perry. It might. We don't want to see that, obviously, but it's a possibility as we look here. I just kind of sped that up, but we'll watch the loop on here. Watching things move on off a little bit slowly here. Getting further west there within the counties. I know the Weather Service there. The Weather Service is talking about, situation. By the way, I know not our area, but there was a warning there up toward Terrell County, but that went away at 8 o'clock. But just still watching, toward our area there. I see a thunderstorm moving northwest at 15 miles an hour. Some of this activity, really more than one of those, a complex of them. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles southwest of Swanee River State Park to 14 miles south of Mayo, moving northwest at 15 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust to Mayo, Madison, Lee, Cooks Hammock, Chansey, Smith, Hopewell, Carberry, Mayo Junction, Townsend, Salem, Hanson, Athena, San Pedro Junction there a day, and just the overall area there that being impacted. You just want to be inside, away from windows here. Really be on that lowest floor of a sturdy building if you can here. Again, the movement northwest at 15 miles an hour. So again, just trying to keep you informed. I know I'm gonna track this mostly west with just a little bit of movement to the north here. Something like that. So maybe Perry here about 8:36. As we're looking at the overall scenario, Greenville there on 8:50. So again, just seeing the overall situation above here with the meteorology. I mean, let's just kind of loop this around. Definitely seeing things, just with the overall elements here. Just sure hope this doesn't keep holding together, because if it's really sudden, but especially once we lose our daytime heating, but you just never know here with this, 15 miles an hour. If it somehow did, which again, we're not, model was still holding together some here, one of those runs I was telling you there, but if this somehow just kind of held together here, I'm going to loop this again just to watch the motion a little bit. It is kind of spinning around. So, just kind of interesting to watch that overall motion. But if this did hold together, I'm going to put our TOA tool on. I mean, we're not talking about this. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But, this is, you can't see some of it on the screen. I'm going to zoom out. But it's saying it would take another 5 hours to get out of our area at that type of speed there, because I have it at 15. Which is the movement they're going with. So let's hope that doesn't happen. We don't want to be here. I mean, sorry, but I don't want to talk for another 5 hours here. As we're looking, this should fade in general. Let's see the modeling. As we're looking here, I mean, it shows it fading fairly quick. It's just, models haven't handled things great. We'll, hopefully the next hour or so it should really fade. I mean, we'll continue to watch the overall trends here, but let's look in toward parts of Swanee County. That flash flood warning. Let's just show it to you like this for a moment. Swanee County flash flood warning. As we're looking here until, about 10:45, and just continuing to watch here the overall setup. The overall meteorological setup there, the rapid water rise potential. You see this overall spin here? We talked about it a little, that spin. We talked about it in the beginning of the forecast for today, yesterday, and really seeing things develop along that here with all the different elements coming together with that heat in the day. I mean, it got so hot earlier on. There's the temperatures, but now it's, a little bit cooler towards spots, but 94 still Homerville. But let's say here, we're going to go to the other mode and let's just put our Baron 3K Futurecast in here because we got to watch for high school football tomorrow. The storms. This is going to be a problem here potentially for high school football. People are out and about. The metal bleachers here. And then you see Saturday, more storms. Sunday should be, I haven't had a chance to update things, but Sunday might be a little bit less on that. So that'd be great as we're trying to update the very best we can. So let's see what else we might have here. I want to see the high temperatures for today. So we're gonna switch over to that. 100 there toward Homerville. A 99 toward Waycross. 99 toward Folkestone there. Again, just seeing the overall situation here. The overall situation with these highs, very warm, and it's allowed the storm development. Allowed for that storm development here as we're looking at things. I mean, I don't normally do it like this, but there's something to get to 100 there on Homerville. See a little bit cooler off toward the east there. Just definitely that heat of storyline, though, as we're looking toward the different communities of the viewing circle. Okay, so that current radar right now, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning out here south and west of Mayo. You have some stuff around Madison there as well. And a new flood advisory for parts of Gilchrist County. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. See our added story, Lafayette County, 11% in the dark there. That's why we have to stick with this coverage. It's all about trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just showing you some of the power outages. Looking at different angles here of our severe thunderstorm warning. This is fairly rural out here, but I mean, that kind of tells a story. Chicken Pen Road there, County Road 251, Cook's Hammock Road, Roddenberry Road. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Let's look at rainfall. Again, we have that flash flood warning. Let's look at the last few hours of the rainfall towards Suwannee County. I mean, even Lafayette County, a good bit of rain as we're looking here. A little bit more really, but, just the overall pattern flood advisory to flash flood warning, on the edge of that. And you have a severe thunderstorm warning in the west. You have the wind report. Again, just, indicative of the overall meteorological pattern. Let's put on a different radar for a moment. Let's look at the overall view. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warning in the Mississippi. And then you have a tornado watch up north there in the country. That's been a storyline up that way for sure. As we're looking up there, but See a little bit of hail indications earlier on, further off to the east. Let's check total lightning. Let's turn this back this way. I'm going to loop it. I'm going to watch our trends on this. You can see our lightning counter going down, which is seemingly a good sign then. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning remaining in effect. You see around Cook's Hammock here, some of that wind. There's your Paradise Story. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments. Don't see any right now, but just appreciate the viewership. Gonna check another source here. Remember, if you guys want to send any videos or photos, just send them into the Cloud Weather app. It's in the Google Play Store, the Apple App Store. Listed as Cloud Weather in Google Play, as KC Cloud Weather in the Apple App Store. Just trying to be here for you. Again, just looking at everything here behind the scenes. Didn't have time to talk about it in the formal show, per se. I mean, granted, we didn't really have a formal show, but it's going to be another tropical system that might, influence Hawaii's weather here as we get off toward, later on in the weekend, maybe. So that's something to watch, something to be mindful of. Just really appreciate everybody tuning on in. Send back over to the other computer source. A couple different areas of wind enhancement here. One south of Madison, not far, from I-10. Another one here, southwest of Mayo. Again, just trying to be here for you. Let's look at this here in 3D. I'm going to move this around. Let's go ahead and grab this and we'll turn it around here. See some of that vertical development there. We saw that little maybe rotation earlier as well. Generally, things seem to be on the downtrend. You see the lightning, that includes stuff way away, but, it's falling down some of that counter, which is some good news. Again, you see the wind here. "45, 50 miles an hour. So you're on the Cook's Hammock area. There's that power outage story there. Again, Lafayette County, 12% in the dark. That's indicative of some outages, they are not widespread, but, definitely call it scattered there. And that's where Mayo is. Still got some of that wind enhancement. It's a very rural area here, but west of South State Road 51, you see Chicken Pen Road. That tells a story, folks, about the rural nature of things. You can make the argument here that don't necessarily need to stick with this, but, it's a tricky situation because we have had some damage here. There was damage here a little bit further off toward the east. We have the warning there. We have the flash flood warning. We wouldn't just stay with that the whole time, but, tree down there on County Road 354 as we're looking in toward Lafayette County. Again, just trying to keep you safe. And these are some pretty rural zones, but it tells the story. All the trees out here where the worst that is, but see a rogue warning way to the north of our area. Stuff out here. Still might have to watch in southern Middle Tennessee tonight for some development in terms of the overall weather picture. I know. Let's go to the risk here and then go to U.S. radar. Yeah, starting to get some. Maybe. I know meteorologist Elijah Kirby will be all over that in his 8-county area there in southern Middle Tennessee, giving folks the latest. He covered areas in and around Shelbyville there, north of Huntsville is his area in general, and south of Nassau was 8 counties there. Though in and around Shelbyville, if there's some warnings tonight, he'll be all over that, with the very latest on his different pages there, like on Facebook.com/STN Weather, on YouTube there as well. So doing such a great job up there. And as we look back down here, though, toward our local area, we'll go ahead and get down here. This wind is still holding on here east of Carver, west of Cook's Hammock. As we look at the latest information. Again, just watching these scans. This just doesn't go away. A little bit of wind enhancement in here around Hopewell. Just we're trying to keep you informed. Just trying to be here for you. See temperatures there, the overall story. See 70s there as we're looking, as we're monitoring things. I mean, these are still pretty impressive. And let me click on this a little bit better. Again, seeing some of that down here, a couple different areas where that wind really comes together. Check questions, comments again. Don't see anything new. I know after a while it is a little repetitive, but we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here on this inclement situation. Just trying to be here for you. Here's your day one SPC risk. I mean, out here, I didn't even click on that because we're good to go for the evening out here. You know, you can see, I mean, all this rain. We're stabilized out here toward the east. A lot of these different spots. It's out in here and out west. We might have to watch them and look at that Albany. Now, that's, our old area. Used to cover up there, and I got to go to this radar, but, there's a warning up there now, north of our covered area. So that's what I'm kind of saying, a little more destabilized there. So we have to watch out toward, the Big Bend here as we look ahead toward the timeline. A little bit of a notch on that, which is kind of interesting. Nothing new from the Weather Service, but just going to keep watching some different things. And the energy values, this didn't really do it justice. I mean, it's fallen off toward the east, but to the west, I mean, this shows you how much energy's been available in general here. But the 7-day, have to tweak some of these numbers here, but tomorrow, 70% chance there of storm acting on high school football day. Regular season getting going, and we have storms here. Some of those could be strong to severe. So just whenever thunder roars go indoors here, we hope things will, wrap up in time for a lot of these games here, but it's not a given at all as we're looking at things. I know. Let's just get to the other mode here. How hot it got today. Well, tomorrow is still going to be pretty warm out there. And then let's get into the other mode here. We'll go to the Futurecast per se. I know it's going to do that again there, but just want to show that to you as we look and you see the development. This is, a little bit different look than what some of this has been showing here, but the boundary in play, giving us some issues with some storm development. So maybe we can kind of push that, where we can get some of that pattern out of here a little bit eventually, but still active on the radar as we look ahead. into Word to timeline. Again, Tallahassee radar still down, but we're going to go to the other radar here. Again, just trying to be here for you. I know it's getting dark out there. It already is dark, but it's whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from my parent storm. Some of these spots still feel pretty warm for this time of night. I know some of these are not, quite right here in the color table, but some spots have had it, and you can't really, but you see like Gainesville, I'm about rain and stuff, but Gainesville 68 is what it feels like there. That's something. Let's look at the infrared satellite again. The blow up of convection here. Yeah, that's falling off, and we had some more on the periphery here. Saw our little spin there, and then they got convection, daytime heating there, and there's a lot going on. I mean, you can see that flow. Again, looking at these areas of wind a little bit on that radar. See Hamilton County there over 10% out. Looks like, like Lafayette County. So telling that other story. See the accent fade for a while, but maybe a little bit of development overnight. Shouldn't have anything severe later in the night. Really here, but we'll watch the trends. It's kind of interesting to watch the overall pattern. Okay, so we got an update on the warning. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. for western Lafayette, northeastern Taylor, and central Madison counties. At 8:28 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Madison to 14 miles southwest of Mayo, moving northwest at 15 miles an hour. Madison, Townsend, Cook's Hammock, as well as Smith, Hopewell, Salem, Hanson, Carver, Athena, just that overall area. Some of that impact there potentially with the damage and wind potential, a couple different areas that we're highlighting right now. So, just right here, right in here. Again, just trying to keep you guys up to date. Just looking at everything here in the Weather Center. Just seeing the overall progression. Just going between some of our different tools here. See how we have the cooler environment up and towards some of these spots. Just watching the lightning trend. Generally going down some. The flash flood warning situation looking better there. Lesser rain rates in that, a lot less in terms of those rates. I keep showing this to you, some of the same stuff, but I think it is kind of interesting here as we look, some of these different zones, the overall storyline, how much cooler it's gotten. I mean, these are like as low as it gets all day, toward areas are like Lake City, for instance. So kind of intriguing to see that here with the overall meteorological picture. Seeing our damage indicators here, Lafayette County, and then this is a new one, tree down near Southeast Maclay Road and County Road 360. Duval County there, we talked about this. I don't know if I said it to you on the screen, but emergency management reported trees down, power lines down in the area around near Pottsburg Creek between Beach Boulevard and Atlantic Boulevard. Some outflow earlier. We had some wind damage in Levy County. We also had Alachua County in there as well as over 4 hours ago. I think that's how it's set now. I've been toggling that around. Let me change our time then. So now we'll go ahead and add this gust there to 63 miles an hour. That's what the storyline was there in Alachua County. This is kind of interesting to deal with there with the overall weather picture. Still some wind enhancement here in Madison County. Again, watching the trends. Just trying to be here for you. I'm going to remind you guys of the coverage map, our coverage area. There's 38 counties. Again, just trying to be here for you. You can see our accident there on I-10. I'm just trying to give you the latest. Again, sitting back down over at this computer source. Okay, an advisory just coming out. Got a couple advisories. Hopefully that means we're getting rid of our warning. Okay, the severe thunderstorm warning for western Lafayette, northeastern Taylor, and central Madison counties will expire at 8:45 p.m. The storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds are still possible with these thunderstorms. So, that's kind of the storyline for now. You see quite a lightning right clustered in here, so we'll have to watch the trends. We have an advisory now. So just under that 60 threshold here towards some of the different spots with a couple of these. We have a warning north of our area. We have a flash flood warning still continuing here. Well, as we look, you can kind of see it. I'll just do it this way first till 10:45, but the rain rates have really slacked off in here as we're looking towards some of these spots. I'll see the radar. You saw Lauraville in there though. As we're monitoring things very carefully, but those rain rates are really slacked on off here overall. So that's great news, obviously, as we're updating you. As we're updating you very best we can. But I think I've talked enough here. We'll be back if we need to be. But the flash flood warning there still going. But the other warning's going away at 8:45 unless things ramp up. So I know if we had something really like a tornado warning, we'd talk all the way to the end of the warning. But I think we've talked enough here. If we need to pop back in, we will. Of course, just giving you the latest here. I've been with you on and off for the last 4.5 hours, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So that's going to wrap it up for now. I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you trusting me. And I'll be back here tomorrow with more coverage, severe coverage as needed. The full report. If I need to pop back in tonight, I will. So, hopefully I don't have to, though. Hopefully I don't have to as we look at the overall situation. So that's kind of concluding that. I mean, let me just kind of look at a couple more things. I know starting to get some stuff popping up toward like southern Tennessee. Not quite in his area, but my friend meteorologist Elijah Kirby will be on the air up there, potentially depending on how things evolve with stuff as it gets toward his coverage area here later on. So if you guys want to watch more weather coverage, not our local weather, but if you just happen to want to watch weather coverage from a different part of the country there, if you have interest really toward that area there north of Huntsville and south of Nashville, he might have to be on later on tonight on his different pages there, STN Weather. So Facebook, YouTube, and the like. So follow him on those different platforms. I'll be back here myself for our local 38 counties though, if warranted here, and the overall situation does warn, as it required. I'll be here with you for the 38 counties, trying to give you guys the very latest here on the overall local meteorological storylines. So, if we have anything else here in our 38 counties evolve, I'll be here with you. Let's look at something real quick here. I just kind of seeing some stuff pop up in the corner of my eye here. A lot of lightning right there in the last minute. So we'll just have to, let's just look at this again real quick. See some wind in there, not too big of a deal. The warning's supposed to go at 8:45. They sent out the expiration statement. So that's a good sign. If we need to pop back in, we will. But, otherwise, that's going to conclude the coverage, I think, here on this Thursday evening. Let me leave you with the home view here. We don't cover up toward Albany, but it is on this view. But again, if you have interest up there, follow the local station up in that area. The weather broadcast out of there. But as we're looking toward our area, we have the flash flood warning that'll continue, but that threat's slacking off. If we have more warnings locally, we'll pop back in to give you guys the very latest here on the overall situation. But for now, thanks for tuning in, trusting me. Have a great night. Just stay safe. Enjoy things the best you can.